Somewhere in the earliest drafts of Pokemon Red and Green, ideas flickered into existence before fading quietly back into development files. Invisible computers sat waiting in hotels that would never open their doors to guests, and Lapras existed not as a creature, but as a rental item trainers could carry in their bags. The first generation carried traces of decisions unmade, designs reconsidered, and creatures that wandered close to completion before turning back into concept sketches. And before we drift off tonight, feel free to subscribe so you never miss an upload, and tell me where you're watching from. And the quietest place to begin sits hidden in Celadon City's hotel, where something invisible still waits to be discovered. The Celadon Hotel stands as one of Kanto's most mysterious buildings, its doors accessible, but its purpose never fully realized in the final game. Inside the lobby, positioned where a front desk computer might logically sit, an invisible PC terminal remains programmed into the game's code, but stripped of its sprite and made inaccessible through normal play. Players walking through the hotel encounter nothing but empty space where this terminal once existed, yet the game still tracks its location in memory, a ghost of functionality that was meant to serve trainers checking in for rest. The invisible computer tells a story about Pokemon's earliest design philosophy, one where hotels functioned as rest stops similar to traditional role-playing games. In those early concepts, trainers would have needed to pay for rooms, save their progress at terminals in their rented spaces, and heal their teams through sleeping rather than visiting Nurse Joy at a Pokemon Center. This system mirrored games like Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy, where inns served as essential recovery points scattered throughout the world. The decision to remove hotel functionality came late enough in development that the computers remained coded into specific buildings even after their purpose vanished. Celadon's hotel wasn't alone in this regard, as the Safari Zone's rest houses also contained invisible PC terminals that served no function in the released game. These rest houses, scattered throughout the Safari Zone's different areas, suggested a more complex vision for that location than what players eventually experienced. In early development builds, the Safari Zone might have functioned as a traditional wild area where trainers could battle and catch Pokemon using their own teams rather than the bait and rock system that made it to the final cut. The presence of rest houses with healing computers would have been necessary in such a design, allowing trainers to recover their Pokemon between encounters as they explored the zone's various sections. This would explain why multiple rest houses existed despite the final Safari Zone lasting only 500 steps before automatically ejecting the player. The invisible computers raise questions about what else was removed from these locations during the final development push. Celadon's hotel, in particular, feels like an incomplete space, with multiple floors containing nothing but empty rooms and a single NPC who offers cryptic dialogue. The building's size suggests it was meant to serve a greater purpose than simply existing as decoration in the city's landscape, yet its role was stripped away before release. Rest houses within the Safari Zone present another layer of curiosity, as their placement suggests careful thought about an exploration flow. Each rest house sits at a point where players might logically need to heal or save, positioned near zone transitions or in the middle of areas with particularly rare Pokemon encounters. This deliberate spacing implies that Safari Zone exploration was once envisioned as a longer, more demanding experience than the time-limited minigame it became. The shift away from hotel-based healing to Pokemon centers likely came from a desire to streamline the player experience and remove gold as a resource barrier for recovery. Before you drift off, maybe tap subscribe for more gentle videos, and let me know where you're listening from tonight. Hotels charging money for rest would have created situations where players ran out of funds and couldn't heal, forcing them to grind for money or carefully manage resources in ways that might frustrate younger audiences. Pokemon centers offering free healing removed this potential frustration while still maintaining the feeling of traveling through a world with infrastructure supporting trainers on their journeys. The invisible computers remain accessible through glitches and boundary breaking techniques, allowing dedicated players to interact with these phantom terminals decades after release. When accessed, they function identically to any other PC in the game, opening the standard menu for Pokemon storage, item management, and Professor Oak's Pokédex evaluation. This functionality being intact confirms these weren't merely decorative elements that were removed, but fully programmed features that simply had their visibility disabled. Another quiet detail emerges when examining how the invisible computer mechanic relates to the game's overall design philosophy during development. Early Pokemon games borrowed heavily from traditional Japanese RPGs, which commonly featured inns, shops, and service centers scattered throughout their worlds. The developer's decision to consolidate these functions into Pokemon centers represented a unique approach that streamlined gameplay while maintaining the feeling of infrastructure supporting the player's journey. The Lapras item exists deep within Pokemon Red and Green's code as one of the most fascinating pieces of cut content, a key item that would have functioned similar to the bicycle but for water navigation. This item, coded with a bicycle-like icon and labeled internally as the Lapras tool, would have allowed players to surf across water routes without needing to teach the HM move to any Pokemon in their party or earn the Soul Badge from Fuchsia City's gym. Having a Lapras item as a rental or purchasable tool creates an interesting contrast with the Pokemon's final role as a rare creature gifted to players by a Sylph Company employee. In its item form, Lapras would have been accessible to any trainer with enough money to rent or buy one, transforming it from a special encounter into a commonly available service similar to bicycle rental in Cerulean City. The Pokédex entry for Lapras in the final game states that the species was hunted nearly to extinction by humans, making the existence of a Lapras item darkly ironic in retrospect. If Lapras had remained a rental item rather than becoming a Pokémon, the species would have been farmed and bred specifically for commercial use, with rental shops maintaining stables of these creatures for trainers to borrow during their water travels. Early item lists from development builds show the Lapras item positioned near other travel tools like the bicycle and coin case, suggesting it was meant to be obtained through similar means. Players might have received a Lapras voucher from an NPC or purchased the item directly from a shop in a coastal city, with the tool becoming available midway through the adventure to open up water-based exploration. The transition from Lapras item to Lapras Pokémon likely came from a desire to make every HM feel important and to add more rare Pokémon encounters to the game's progression. Surf became one of the most essential HM moves in Kanto's design, required to access numerous routes, cities, and dungeons that would otherwise remain locked off. Making Surf available through an item would have significantly altered the game's exploration flow and reduced the importance of HM moves as gating mechanics. The Sylph Company employee who gifts Lapras in the final game might have originally been the source of the Lapras item, with dialogue and encounter design repurposed when the item became a Pokémon. This NPC appears in Sylph Company's 7th floor after Team Rocket is defeated, thanking the player for saving the company and offering Lapras as a reward. The gratitude and presentation feel appropriate for either giving away a valuable item or entrusting the player with a rare Pokémon. Interestingly, the concept of rental or purchasable transportation items did eventually appear in later Pokemon generations, though never quite in the way the Lapras item would have functioned. Bicycle shops became a series staple, but water transportation remained tied to Pokemon and ancient moves through the first four generations, only changing when hidden machines themselves were replaced with different systems in later games. The Lapras item's removal also raises questions about what other transportation items might have existed in early builds. If Lapras was meant to replace Surf as an HM, were there similar items planned for Fly, Cut, or Strength? Development notes and unused item slots suggest other field move items may have been conceptualized, though none remain as clearly defined in the game's code as the Lapras tool. Some fan theories suggest the Lapras item might have been accessible earlier in the game than HM03 Surf typically becomes available, potentially allowing players to reach Cinnabar Island or explore water routes before defeating Koga and earning the Soul Badge. This would have created interesting sequence-breaking opportunities and allowed for more non-linear exploration of Kanto's later areas, though it also might have caused progression problems if players reached locations before they were ready for the challenges there. The item's icon, visible in certain debugging modes and prototype builds, shows a simple representation of Lapras similar to how the bicycle icon depicts a basic bicycle shape. This minimalist approach to key item icons was standard for the Game Boy's limited graphics capabilities, but it also made items feel functional rather than decorative, emphasizing their utility as tools rather than prizes to be collected. Another layer of intrigue surrounds whether the Lapras item would have had any restrictions on where it could be used. The bicycle cannot be ridden indoors or in certain outdoor areas, raising the question of whether the Lapras item would have similar limitations. Could players summon Lapras in any body of water, or would it only function on designated surf routes? These details remain lost to development decisions made decades ago. The HM moves introduced in Pokémon Red and Green served dual purposes, functioning as attacks in battle, while also enabling field navigation and puzzle solving. This design philosophy required players to carefully consider their team composition, as HM moves were difficult to delete and often not particularly powerful in competitive battles. Several HM-related mechanics underwent significant changes during development, with some moves being adjusted or entirely replaced before the games reached players. Flash existed in the game's code long before its final implementation was solidified, with early builds treating it as a required field move, similar to Surf or Cut, rather than an optional tool for illuminating dark caves. Rock Tunnel, the primary location where Flash proves useful, was originally designed to be completely impassable without the move, featuring absolute darkness that prevented players from navigating even a single step without using Flash first. Development notes reveal that this stricter darkness implementation was softened after playtesters expressed frustration at being forced to catch a Pokémon capable of learning Flash and then navigate to the move tutor before they could progress through Rock Tunnel. The final version allows players to stumble through the darkness if they memorize the path or draw maps, turning Flash into a convenience rather than a hard requirement. Another HM that underwent substantial changes was Cut, which originally required significantly more usage throughout Kanto than in the final game. Early route designs featured small trees blocking paths in nearly every location, forcing players to constantly use Cut to progress. This proved tedious during playtesting, leading designers to reduce the number of cuttable trees to only those blocking access to optional areas or serving as major progression gates. The decision to make most cuttable trees optional rather than mandatory reflects a broader design philosophy change that occurred during development. Early Pokemon games were conceived as more traditional RPGs, with puzzles and obstacles blocking progression at regular intervals, but feedback from younger playtesters indicated that too many obstacles created frustration rather than satisfying puzzle-solving moments. Strength underwent perhaps the most significant mechanical changes of any HM move during development. In early builds, strength could only be used to push boulders in a single direction, and if a boulder was pushed into a corner or against a wall incorrectly, the puzzle would become unsolvable, forcing players to leave the area and return to reset boulder positions. This harsh puzzle design was eventually softened to allow boulders to be pulled as well as pushed, though pulling was still restricted in ways that prevented complete freedom of movement. The caves and dungeons requiring strength were designed around these more restrictive boulder mechanics, with the early versions of Victory Road and Seafoam Islands featuring significantly more complex boulder puzzles that could trap players if solved incorrectly. Playtest feedback indicated these puzzles were too punishing, particularly for younger players who became stuck and couldn't progress without completely restarting their exploration of these areas. Fly, perhaps the most convenient HM for long-distance travel, was nearly removed from the game entirely during a mid-development redesign that questioned whether instant fast travel fit Pokemon's exploration-focused gameplay. Designers worried that allowing players to instantly return to any previously visited city would reduce the sense of journey and make Kanto feel smaller than intended. The compromise that saved Fly involved restricting it to outdoor use only and requiring players to obtain it relatively late in their adventure after visiting most of Kanto's major locations. By the time players received HM02 from the woman west of Celadon City, they had already explored most routes and cities on foot, ensuring they experienced the world's geography and landmarks before gaining the convenience of instant travel. Surf, as mentioned earlier, existed alongside the Lapras item in very early builds, with designers uncertain whether water navigation should require a move or a tool. The decision to make it an HM rather than relying on an item meant that Surf needed to be useful in battle, as well as exploration, leading to its implementation as a moderately powerful water-type attack that many water Pokemon could learn. The badge requirement system for using HM moves outside of battle was added relatively late in development as a progression gate to prevent players from accessing late-game areas too early. Initially, HM moves could be used immediately after learning them, but this created sequence-breaking opportunities that allowed players to reach Cinnabar Island or the power plant long before the designers intended, potentially encountering high-level wild Pokemon before they were properly prepared. One cut HM that appears in early item lists is Teleport, which would have functioned as a field move, allowing instant return to the last Pokemon Center visited. This was eventually removed, and Teleport became only a battle move, with limited field functionality through Abra's unique use of the move outside of combat. The decision to cut Teleport as an HM might have come from concerns about players using it to escape difficult situations or dungeons they were meant to complete. Another removed field move was the Earthquake, which the early design documents suggest would have allowed players to cause tremors that cleared rockslide debris or opened new paths in caves. This mechanic was likely cut due to concerns about the complexity it would add to dungeon design and the potential for players to become confused about where Earthquake could and should be used. The HM system itself was controversial even within Game Freak during development, with some designers arguing that forcing players to dedicate move slots to field moves reduced strategic options and punished players who wanted to optimize their teams for battle. This debate continued through multiple generations until HMs were eventually replaced with different systems in later games, but for Kanto's original design, they remained a core part of the exploration experience. Whirlpool was another cut HM that appears in early development notes, though it wouldn't be officially implemented until Generation 2's Johto region. In these early Kanto designs, Whirlpool would have functioned similarly to how it appeared in Gold and Silver, allowing players to traverse swirling water obstacles that blocked certain routes. The removal of this HM from Generation 1 might have come from concerns about having too many water-based field moves, or from the decision that Kanto's geography didn't require this additional navigation tool. TM compatibility underwent massive changes during Pokemon Red and Green's development, with many Pokemon learning different technical machines in early builds compared to what made it to the final release. These changes often reflected shifts in how the developers understood each Pokemon's strengths, weaknesses, and thematic identity, with some compatibility additions or removals significantly altering competitive viability. Clefable originally learned Submission and Seismic Toss in early builds, giving the Fairy-type Pokemon surprisingly strong Fighting-type coverage that made it more viable against Normal and Rock-type opponents. These moves were removed from Clefable's TM compatibility list during the late-stage balancing, with developers deciding that Clefable's moveset should emphasize its magical, fairy-like nature rather than physical combat techniques. Alakazam could learn several elemental punch TMs in early versions, including Fire Punch, Ice Punch, and Thunder Punch, despite its design and concept suggesting a focus on purely psychic abilities. This broader move pool made Alakazam even more dominant than it already was, as it could counter its few weaknesses with super effective coverage moves. The removal of these punches from Alakazam's TM compatibility was a balancing decision meant to give other Pokemon opportunities to counter the psychic powerhouse. Gyarados' TM list underwent several revisions, with early builds allowing it to learn Dragon Rage, Dragon Claw, and several other Dragon-type moves despite not actually being a Dragon-type Pokemon. These moves were removed during type balancing passes, when developers realized that Gyarados was already too strong with its water and flying typing and didn't need additional dragon coverage. Meowth and Persian originally learned significantly fewer TMs in early builds, with their move pools expanding during development to make them more viable as team members rather than just being early route Pokemon that most players boxed after catching something stronger. The addition of moves like Thunderbolt, Bubble Beam, and Shadow Ball to their TM compatibility helped Persian remain relevant in late-game battles. Oddish, Gloom, and Vileplume had their TM lists adjusted multiple times during development, with early versions learning significantly fewer Grass-type TMs and more Poison-type TMs than the final release. This shift reflected changing understanding of how to balance dual-type Pokemon and ensure that each typing felt represented in their move pools. Poliwrath's compatibility with Fighting-type TMs was added relatively late in development, after designers realized the Pokemon's design and concept strongly suggested martial arts expertise that wasn't reflected in its available moves. The addition of Submission, Seismic Toss, and other fighting moves helped Poliwrath feel like a true fighting type, rather than just a water Pokemon with fighting added as a secondary type. Electrode originally learned significantly fewer electric-type TMs than the final version, with its early move pool focusing almost entirely on explosion-based moves and self-destructive tactics. The expansion of its electric-type TM compatibility made Electrode more versatile and less of a one-trick Pokemon that existed only to explode on opponents. The legendary Bird Trio underwent TM compatibility adjustments that ensured each bird felt unique rather than having identical move pools. Early builds gave all three birds access to the same TMs, but late stage revisions restricted certain moves to specific birds to emphasize their individual identities and ensure players felt rewarded for catching all three rather than just picking their favorite. Eevee's evolutions received significant TM compatibility expansions during development, with early builds giving them much more limited move pools that didn't fully utilize their respective types. Vaporeon's ability to learn Ice Beam, Jolteon's access to Thunderbolt, and Flareon's compatibility with Fire Blast were all added during balancing passes that aimed to make the evolutions competitively viable. Dragonite's TM list was carefully curated during late development to ensure it could function as a versatile sweeper without becoming completely unstoppable. Early builds gave Dragonite access to nearly every offensive TM in the game, making it far too powerful compared to other Pokémon. The final TM compatibility list represents a compromise between making Dragonite feel legendary and maintaining competitive balance. Several Pokémon had their TM compatibility restricted during late-stage balancing after playtesters demonstrated game-breaking strategies that exploited certain move combinations. Chansey's ability to learn nearly every special attack TM was reduced, Snorlax's access to certain setup moves was removed, and Tauros's already powerful moveset was prevented from expanding further. The cut Pokémon from Generation 1's development represent some of the most fascinating glimpses into what Kanto could have been, with dozens of creatures designed, sprited, and partially programmed before being removed or drastically redesigned. These Pokémon range from simple concept sketches that never advanced beyond basic drawings to fully functional creatures with stats, moves, and evolution methods implemented in code. Gorochu stands as perhaps the most famous cut Pokémon from Generation 1, an evolution of Raichu that would have completed the Pikachu line as a three-stage evolution similar to the starter Pokémon. Gorochu's design featured prominent fangs, or horns, darker coloration than Raichu, and a more aggressive appearance that matched the pattern of starter final evolutions becoming larger and more intimidating. The name Gorochu derives from the Japanese onomatopoeia for thunder, Goro Goro, which fits perfectly with the evolutionary naming scheme established by Pikachu and Raichu. Pika represents the sound of electricity crackling, Rai means thunder or lightning, and Goro specifically refers to the deep rumbling sound of thunder, suggesting that Gorochu would have been even more powerful and imposing than its pre-evolution. Development notes indicate that Gorochu was cut primarily due to balance concerns and cartridge space limitations rather than design problems. Game Freak's designers liked Gorochu's appearance and concept, but giving Pikachu a three-stage evolution would have made it significantly stronger than other electric-type Pokémon and potentially overshadowed creatures like Electabuzz and Magneton that were meant to fill different niches. The decision to cut Gorochu gained additional significance years later when Pikachu became the franchise's mascot through the anime's popularity. Had Gorochu remained in the game, the anime might have faced pressure to evolve Ash's Pikachu twice, rather than keeping it in its base form, potentially changing one of the series' most iconic character decisions. Balloona represents another fascinating cut, Pokémon, a balloon-themed creature that existed in sprite form, with both front and back sprites completed before being removed from the final game. The back sprite shows a simple balloon shape, while early design sketches reveal a front view featuring a cute, Kirby-like face that would have made Balloona instantly appealing to players seeking adorable Pokémon. The existence of Balloona in partially complete form suggests it was cut relatively late in development, after significant work had been invested in its creation. This late-stage removal might have come from concerns that Balloona was too similar to Jigglypuff, another balloon-like Pokémon that already filled the cute round pink Pokemon niche in Generation 1's roster. Another reason for Balloona's removal might have been uncertainty about its typing and evolution. Early notes suggest it might have been normal type, or possibly flying type, but neither option felt particularly distinctive or interesting compared to other Pokemon already in the game. Without a clear identity or niche, Balloona became expendable when cartridge space limitations forced developers to cut some creatures. The Coutura line represents one of the most developed cut evolutionary families from Generation 1, consisting of 3 tiger-themed Pokemon that progressed from a cute cub to an imposing adult tiger. Sprite work for all 3 stages was partially completed, and the line was even reconsidered for inclusion in Generation 2 before ultimately being cut again. Coutura, the first stage, resembled a small tiger cub with electric markings, suggesting an electric type designation that would have given Kanto another electric evolutionary line alongside Pikachu. The middle evolution, Raitora, maintained the tiger theme while growing larger and more aggressive. Coutura, the final evolution, would have been a fully grown tiger with prominent lightning bolt stripes and an intimidating stance. Game Freak's persistent attempts to include the Coutura line across 2 generations indicates the designers had strong attachment to these Pokemon, likely because tiger-themed creatures are popular in Japanese culture and would have provided an alternative to the rodent-based Pikachu line. The repeated cuts suggest that balance concerns or typing conflicts prevented the line from fitting smoothly into either generation's roster. One theory about why the Coutura line was ultimately abandoned involves the addition of Raikou to Generation 2's legendary beast trio. Raikou is essentially an electric tiger, potentially filling the same thematic space that Coutura would have occupied. Rather than having both a regular electric tiger line and a legendary electric tiger, the developers might have decided that one was sufficient. The unnamed Psyduck middle evolution represents one of the more mysterious cut Pokemon, as it exists primarily in internal evolution data rather than as completed sprites. Code analysis reveals that Psyduck was originally meant to evolve into this unnamed middle stage at level 22, which would then evolve into Golduck at level 33, creating a 3-stage water-type line. The decision to remove this middle evolution and allow Psyduck to evolve directly into Golduck at level 33 streamlined the line while also addressing concerns that Golduck didn't look like an evolution of Psyduck. The middle stage might have been designed to bridge the visual gap between Psyduck's duck-like appearance and Golduck's more streamlined, platypus-inspired design. Without sprites or detailed descriptions, speculation about this middle evolution's appearance relies on extrapolating from Psyduck and Golduck's designs. It likely would have retained Psyduck's yellow coloration while beginning to show some of Golduck's sleeker features, perhaps featuring a body shape halfway between the two, with partial development of Golduck's distinctive forehead gem. The removal of this middle evolution also affected the Psyduck line's balance, as jumping from a relatively weak first-stage Pokemon directly to a fully evolved form created a significant power spike that made Golduck feel more impactful when it finally evolved. A middle stage would have spread this power growth more gradually, which might have made the line feel less dramatic. Omega, a Pokemon clearly inspired by the Greek letter and possibly representing a counterpart to an alpha Pokemon that was also cut, appears in early Pokédex lists but has no surviving sprite data or detailed design information. The name suggests it was meant to be a late game or final Pokemon, possibly even a legendary creature that represented endings or completion. Speculation about Omega's design and typing ranges widely in the Pokemon fan community, with theories suggesting everything from a psychic-type legendary to a normal-type pseudo-legendary similar to Dragonite. The lack of concrete information means Omega remains one of the most mysterious cut Pokémon, existing only as a name in development files, without clear purpose or appearance. Several cut pre-evolutions from Generation 1 eventually inspired baby Pokémon that were added in Generation 2, creating an interesting legacy for designs that never appeared in their original form. These cut pre-evolutions include early concepts for Vulpix, Meowth, Ponyta, and Goldeen pre-evolved forms that would have expanded their evolutionary lines. The Vulpix pre-evolution, internally named Kanya in some development documents, would have been a fox puppy with fewer tails than Vulpix's 6. This design eventually influenced Vulpix's portrayal in various Pokémon media as being born with a single white tail that splits into 6 as it matures, preserving the concept even though the actual pre-evolution was never implemented. Meowth's cut pre-evolution appears to have inspired Skitty in Generation 3, though whether this was intentional homage or coincidental design similarity remains unclear. The cut design featured an even more kitten-like appearance than Meowth, emphasizing cuteness over the mischievous personality that defined Meowth in the final game. The Ponyta pre-evolution would have been a small foal with flames that were just beginning to develop, possibly not even strong enough to support a rider. This concept of flame development, tied to maturity, appeared in various Pokédex entries for Ponyta and Rapidash, suggesting the idea influenced the line's lore even after the pre-evolution itself was cut. Goldeen's pre-evolution, nicknamed Gyopi in some fan communities due to fragmented code references, would have been a tiny goldfish Pokémon that evolved into Goldeen at relatively low levels. The decision to cut this pre-evolution might have come from concerns that it would be too weak to be useful and that the Goldeen line didn't need a baby form to feel complete. Godzilla-inspired Pokémon appear several times in cut content from Generation 1, with at least 2 different kaiju-style creatures being designed and partially implemented before removal. Gion, one of these cut Pokémon, featured a design clearly inspired by Godzilla itself, with a stocky reptilian body, prominent dorsal, plates, and an aggressive stance. The decision to cut Gion likely came from concerns about copyright infringement, as Godzilla is an extremely well-protected intellectual property in Japan. While Pokémon designs often draw inspiration from real animals, mythology, and pop culture, creating a Pokémon that too closely resembled an iconic movie monster posed legal risks that Game Freak wasn't willing to take. Tyranitar in Generation 2 eventually filled the Godzilla-inspired Pokémon niche, but with enough design differences to avoid legal concerns while still capturing the essence of a giant, destructive monster. The existence of Gion in Generation 1's development suggests that the desire to include a Godzilla-like Pokémon was present from the beginning, requiring multiple attempts before finding a design that worked legally and thematically. Another cut kaiju Pokémon, lacking a confirmed name in development files, appeared to be inspired by Ultraman or other tokusatsu heroes rather than giant monsters, featuring a more heroic stance and color scheme. This Pokémon's removal might have been due to similar copyright concerns or simply because it didn't fit Kanto's roster thematically. The lizard evolutionary line, consisting of 3 stages, represents another set of cut Pokémon that reached relatively advanced development before being removed. These 3 lizard-like creatures clearly formed an evolutionary family, with each stage growing larger and more detailed, but the specific type of lizard they represented remains unclear from surviving sprite data. Some fan analysis suggests these were meant to be gecko or chameleon Pokémon, possibly with color-changing abilities, or camouflage themes that would have made them unique among Generation 1's roster. Others argue the designs more closely resemble monitor lizards or iguanas, which would have made them similar to the Charmander line, but without the fire typing. The removal of this lizard line might have come from its similarity to existing Pokémon or from concerns that it didn't have a distinctive enough gimmick to stand out among Generation 1's diverse roster. With Charmander already filling the lizard-like starter niche and several other reptilian Pokémon like Scyther and Aerodactyl providing variety, another generic lizard line might have felt redundant. Bew, the cut ice-type Pokémon meant to serve as a counterpart to Electabuzz and Magmar, represents one of the most significant lost opportunities from Generation 1's development. Designed as a Yeti, or abominable snowman, Bew would have completed the elemental humanoid trio that currently feels incomplete, with only fire and electric types represented. Bew's design featured white fur, a large imposing body similar to Electabuzz and Magmar's proportions, and possibly clawed hands that emphasized its wild, mountainous nature. As an ice type, Bew would have provided another powerful ice Pokémon in a generation where ice types were relatively rare and mostly limited to water-ice dual types like Lapras and Dugong. The decision to cut Bew becomes even more puzzling when considering that Jinx existed as an ice type in the same development builds where Bew appeared, suggesting that Bew wasn't cut to avoid type overlap, but for other reasons. One theory suggests Bew was removed because its design was too similar to existing Yeti depictions in other media, raising concerns about originality, similar to what happened with the Godzilla-inspired Pokémon. Another possibility is that Bew's ice typing created balance issues in Kanto's gym lineup, as an ice type would have been extremely effective against both Lance's dragon types and Lorelei's ice types, potentially making it too centrally powerful in the Elite Four battles. Without Bew, players needed to carefully strategize their ice type coverage, rather than having a convenient humanoid ice Pokémon that matched Electabuzz and Magmar's strength. The existence of Jinx alongside Bew in early builds raises questions about whether one was meant to replace the other, or if both were initially planned for inclusion. Jinx's more unique humanoid design, with its dress-like body and distinctive appearance, might have won out over Bew's more straightforward Yeti concept, leading to Bew's removal. Years later, Generation 4 introduced Mamoswine as a mammoth-themed ice type, and Generation 5 added Beardick as a polar bear ice type, suggesting that the desire for a large, imposing, pure ice type continued to influence Pokémon design across multiple generations even after Bew was cut. An elephant Pokémon appears in early design sketches, standing upright on two legs with a relatively simple design that suggests it was conceived early in development before being abandoned. This bipedal elephant would have been one of Generation 1's few large, normal-type Pokémon, potentially filling a niche similar to Kangaskhan or Tauros as a strong but straightforward physical attacker. The decision to cut this elephant Pokémon might have come from its design being too generic, as a simple standing elephant doesn't immediately suggest interesting battle mechanics or a unique type combination. Donphin in Generation 2 eventually provided a ground-type elephant Pokémon with a more distinctive rolling attack pattern, showing how the concept evolved over time. A cactus Pokémon with an angry expression appears in similar early sketches, suggesting a grass type with a spiky, aggressive personality. This design might have been an early concept that eventually evolved into Cacnea and Cacturn in Generation 3, or it might have been cut entirely for lacking distinction among Generation 1's grass types. A deer Pokémon, literally named Deer, appears in internal files, representing perhaps the most straightforwardly named cut Pokémon from early development. This normal type deer would have been one of several forest themed Pokémon in Kanto, possibly appearing in Viridian Forest or along routes connecting to Pallet Town. The simplicity of naming this Pokémon just deer suggests it was a placeholder design created very early in development, before the team established stronger naming conventions that tied Pokémon names to puns, onomatopoeia, or characteristic features. The final game's more creative names like Deerling and Sawsbuck in later generations show how far Pokémon naming evolved from these early, literal approaches. Other generic cut Pokémon from early design phases include a basic bird that was distinct from Pidgey, a simple cat separate from Meowth, and a plain dog that wasn't Growlithe, suggesting that Game Freak initially planned for more variety among common animal-inspired Pokémon before consolidating to avoid redundancy. These generic designs being cut reflects an important development philosophy that emerged during Generation 1's creation. Every Pokémon should have something distinctive about its design, typing, or concept rather than being just a straightforward representation of a real animal. This philosophy pushed designers to add elements like Psyduck's headache, Slowpoke's delayed reactions, and Cubone's skull helmet, transforming generic concepts into memorable creatures. Wartortle originally had a different final evolution than Blastoise, with design sketches showing a more straightforward aquatic turtle that lacked Blastoise's distinctive shoulder cannons. This alternate Wartortle evolution maintained closer visual continuity with the earlier stages of the evolutionary line, featuring a more naturalistic turtle design with perhaps enhanced shell plating but no mechanical or weapon-like elements. Blastoise itself was originally designed as the final evolution of a completely different turtle Pokémon line that was cut from the game, leaving Blastoise orphaned until designers decided to attach it to the Squirtle line instead. This explains the dramatic visual discontinuity between Squirtle and Wartortle's designs compared to Blastoise's more armored, cannon-equipped appearance. The shoulder cannons that defined Blastoise's design were reportedly a late addition that came from wanting the final water starter evolution to feel more impressive and powerful. Early Blastoise designs lacked these cannons entirely, featuring instead larger fins or shells that emphasized defensive capabilities over offensive weaponry. This design history explains why Blastoise often feels visually disconnected from its pre-evolutions, as it literally came from a different evolutionary family before being grafted onto the Squirtle line during late-stage development. The decision was likely made to save cartridge space by reducing the number of unique Pokémon while ensuring each starter had a complete 3-stage evolution. Marowak had a final evolution cut from Generation 1, featuring a design that made it look remarkably similar to Kangaskhan carrying a baby in its pouch. This Marowak evolution would have stood upright, carried a larger bone weapon, and notably featured a smaller Cubone-like offspring in a pouch or being carried on its back, explicitly connecting the Cubone line to themes of parenting and family. The visual similarity between this cut Marowak evolution and Kangaskhan has fueled decades of fan theories suggesting that Kangaskhan was originally meant to be part of the Cubone evolutionary family. These theories propose that Cubone is an orphaned baby Kangaskhan wearing its mother's skull, and that Marowak represents a Cubone that grew up without becoming a full Kangaskhan. Whether these theories are true or simply coincidental, design similarities remains unclear, but the existence of a cut Marowak evolution that explicitly featured a parent and child design strongly suggests that Game Freak was exploring family-themed evolutions during development. The decision to cut this evolution might have come from concerns about the dark implications of Cubone's backstory becoming even more explicit. The baby Marowak was carrying in the cut evolution's design would have raised uncomfortable questions about the Kubone line's reproduction and life cycle, as it would confirm that Marowak actively produces offspring that then lose their mothers and become Cubone. This cycle of guaranteed orphaning would be unusually dark for a game meant to appeal to children, possibly contributing to the evolution's removal. Pre-evolution, Pokemon underwent significant conceptual development during Generation 1's creation, with many existing Pokemon originally planned to have earlier stages that were cut before release. These cut pre-evolutions eventually inspired the baby Pokemon mechanic introduced in Generation 2, which added creatures like Pichu, Cleffa, and Igglybuff as earlier stages of existing evolutionary lines. The Vulpix pre-evolution, partially visible in early design sketches, would have hatched from eggs with a single tail that would split into multiple tails as it grew into Vulpix. This concept of tails multiplying through evolution ties into Japanese kitsune mythology, where fox spirits gain additional tails as they age and become more powerful. The decision to cut this pre-evolution from Generation 1 likely came from balance concerns, as adding earlier stages to already weak Pokemon would have made the early forms nearly unusable in battle. Later generations solved this problem through breeding mechanics and friendship evolution, allowing baby Pokemon to exist without forcing players to use them in combat. Meowth's cut pre-evolution appears in fragmentary sprite data, showing an even smaller, more kitten-like Pokemon than Meowth itself. This pre-evolution might have been called Mewth or Nico in early development, though these names remain unconfirmed speculation based on file analysis and interviews with early developers. The pattern of cut pre-evolutions suggests that Game Freak experimented extensively with evolutionary complexity during development before deciding that 3-stage lines were sufficient for most Pokemon. The few 4-stage lines that remain, like Slowpoke's branch evolution into Slowking, represent exceptions rather than the standard approach. Ponyta's pre-evolution design emphasized the development of fire across the evolutionary stages, with the baby form potentially featuring flames that only appear as small flickering embers rather than the flowing mane present on Ponyta. This gradual fire development concept appears in Ponyta's Pokédex entries, which describe the flames growing stronger as the Pokémon ages. The goldfish pre-evolution for Goldeen would have been among the game's earliest available Pokémon, possibly appearing through fishing with the old rod before players even received the good or super rod. This early availability would have made it the equivalent of Generation 2's Magikarp, requiring significant training before evolving into anything useful. Cutting these pre-evolutions streamlined Generation 1's Pokédex and avoided situations where players felt forced to carry weak baby Pokémon just to eventually obtain the creatures they actually wanted. The breeding mechanic, introduced in Generation 2, eventually allowed these concepts to be revisited in a way that made more sense for gameplay flow. Another impact of cutting pre-evolutions was allowing evolved Pokémon to be found in the wild more easily, as there was no concern about skipping earlier stages. Pokémon like Ponyta, Vulpix, and Goldeen could all be encountered directly, rather than requiring players to breed or evolve them from weaker forms. The Gorochu situation represents perhaps the most discussed cut evolution from Generation 1, with the third Pikachu family member remaining a topic of speculation and interest decades after its removal. Design sketches that surfaced years after Red and Green's release confirmed Gorochu's appearance, showing a stocky, aggressive electric type with prominent fangs and a darker color scheme than Raichu. Gorochu would have evolved from Raichu at level 50, giving the Pikachu line extremely late game power that would have made it comparable to pseudo-legendary Pokemon like Dragonite. This high evolution level suggests Gorochu was intended to be significantly more powerful than most fully evolved Pokemon, potentially matching or exceeding the strength of some legendary Pokemon. The removal of Gorochu was reportedly a difficult decision, with lead designer Satoshi Tajiri personally fond of the design, but convinced by programming staff that the cartridge couldn't accommodate the additional Pokemon without cutting others that were more essential to Kanto's roster. Choosing between Gorochu and other Pokemon that filled unique type niches meant Gorochu, which was just another electric type, became expendable despite its connection to Pikachu. Another factor in Gorochu's removal was balance testing revealing that a three-stage Pikachu line significantly outperformed other electric types like Electabuzz, Magneton, and Electrode when all were fully evolved. Since electric types were already among the strongest types in Generation 1's metagame due to few weaknesses and strong offensive presence, adding an even more powerful electric evolution would have further imbalanced the type distribution. The anime's launch and subsequent decision to keep Ash's Pikachu permanently unevolved accidentally vindicated the choice to cut Gorochu, as having a three-stage evolution line would have created pressure to evolve Pikachu twice during the anime's run. The Eternal Pikachu became such an iconic image that the idea of it evolving even once, let alone twice, feels wrong to many fans who grew up watching the show. If you're still awake halfway through, maybe subscribe before you drift off, and tell me what time it is where you're watching from. Gorochu's name derives from the onomatopoeia Goro Goro, which represents the deep, rolling sound of thunder heard from a distance. This naming fits the pattern established by Pikachu and Raichu while suggesting even greater power and presence, as distant thunder implies a massive electrical storm approaching, rather than the small sparks of Pikachu or the closer strikes of Raichu. The decision to make Gorochu darker furred than Raichu would have continued the pattern of Pokémon gaining darker coloration as they evolve, something seen in various evolution lines throughout the series. This darkening often symbolizes maturity, increased power, or a more serious demeanor compared to earlier evolutionary stages. Gorochu's horns or fangs, prominent in the few design sketches that exist, suggest a more aggressive, possibly territorial personality compared to Pikachu's friendly nature. This personality shift through evolution appears in Pokédex entries for various Pokémon families, where final evolutions are described as losing their playful nature and becoming more focused or aggressive. The choice to remove Gorochu rather than cutting indifferent Pokémon reveals interesting priorities about what Game Freak considered essential to Generation 1's roster. Electric types were already well represented with multiple strong options, while types like Fighting, Ghost, and Dragon had very limited representation. Preserving type diversity apparently took priority over completing the Pikachu line. Fan reactions to Gorochu's confirmed existence have ranged from disappointment at its removal to understanding of the practical constraints that led to the decision. ROM hackers have created versions of Pokémon Red and Green that restore Gorochu using the surviving design sketches as references, allowing players to experience what might have been. The Blastoise situation reveals fascinating details about how Pokémon evolutionary lines were assembled during development, with some final evolutions being designed independently before being attached to appropriate first and second stages. Blastoise originated as the final stage of a different turtle line entirely, one that might have been more militaristic or technology-themed from the beginning. This original turtle line that Blastoise belonged to remains largely mysterious, with no surviving sprites or detailed design information about its earlier stages. Speculation suggests these earlier forms might have featured smaller cannons or water shooting mechanisms that progressively developed into Blastoise's iconic shoulder mounted artillery. The dramatic visual departure between Wartortle and Blastoise, particularly the loss of Wartortle's fluffy ears and tail in favor of Blastoise's armored appearance, results directly from this development history, where Blastoise was grafted onto the Squirtle line rather than being designed as Wartortle's natural evolution. This explains why Blastoise's mega evolution and later generations partially restores some of Wartortle's lost features, as if trying to bridge the visual gap. Game Freak's willingness to splice evolutionary lines during development demonstrates pragmatic game design, where preserving 3 complete starter evolution lines took priority over maintaining perfect visual consistency within each line. The end result was ensuring all players had access to a fully evolved starter rather than leaving some lines incomplete. The alternate Wartortle evolution that was replaced by Blastoise apparently featured a more naturalistic design without mechanical elements, possibly emphasizing Wartortle's tail and ears growing larger and more elaborate as defining characteristics. This would have maintained better visual continuity with earlier stages, but potentially made the final form feel less impressive or powerful. Design philosophy during Generation 1's development seems to have valued making final evolutions feel dramatically different from their base forms, creating clear power progression that players could see visually. Blastoise's cannons instantly communicate power in a way that a simply larger turtle might not have, justifying the visual discontinuity for the sake of impact. The Marowak final evolution, featuring a baby Cubone, represents one of the most emotionally complex cut designs from Generation 1, as it would have explicitly confirmed the dark cycle implied by Cubone's backstory. This evolution, standing upright and carrying its offspring, would have created a complete family portrait that made the species' life cycle tragically clear. Kangaskhan's suspicious similarity to this cut Marowak evolution has spawned numerous fan theories about shared ancestry or split evolutionary lines, with some suggesting that Cubone represents baby Kangaskhan that lost their mothers, while normal baby Kangaskhan grow up to become Kangaskhan. The cut Marowak evolution, featuring a baby in a pouch, strongly suggests these connections were deliberate design choices rather than coincidence. The decision to remove this evolution might have come from concerns about making Cubone's already tragic backstory even darker by confirming that all Marowak inevitably produce offspring that will lose their mothers. This cycle of guaranteed orphaning would raise uncomfortable questions about Cubone biology and whether the species can even exist without maternal death. Another interpretation suggests the cut evolution was removed because it made the Kangaskhan connection too obvious, potentially confusing players about whether Cubone and Kangaskhan were related species. Leaving this relationship ambiguous through cutting the evolution allowed both design similarities and story implications to remain open to interpretation. The baby featured in the cut, Marowak Evolution's design, appears to be wearing a skull like Cubone, suggesting this Pokémon represented a Marowak that had matured enough to reproduce while maintaining its connection to its own childhood trauma. This visual of a Marowak protecting its child while both wear skulls would have been emotionally powerful, but potentially too heavy for the game's tone. Alternative theories suggest the cut evolution might have been removed simply because giving Marowak a further evolution would have made the species too strong, as Marowak already has good attack stats and the Thick Club item doubling its attack power. Adding another evolutionary stage with even higher stats could have created balance issues. The Kangaskhan parallel might have been intentional during early development, but abandoned when designers realized it created narrative problems, leading to the cut evolution's removal and leaving Kangaskhan as a standalone Pokémon without explicit connection to the Cubone line. This severance allowed both Pokemon families to exist independently without the uncomfortable implications of their shared design elements. Cut moves from Generation 1's development offer insight into how battle mechanics evolved during the game's creation, with some attacks being removed due to balance concerns, while others were cut because they duplicated existing moves or introduced mechanics too complex for the Game Boy's hardware to handle smoothly. Certain status moves that appeared in early move lists never made it to the final game, including variations on confusion, paralysis, and sleep-inducing attacks that would have given more Pokemon access to these powerful battle control effects. The decision to limit status moves to specific Pokemon through TM distribution and natural move learning helped maintain balance by ensuring not every Pokemon could inflict every status condition. Elemental variations of physical attacks existed in early builds, but were consolidated to reduce redundancy, with moves like Fire Punch, Ice Punch, and Thunder Punch becoming the primary elemental physical attacks, while other variations like Fire, Kick, or Ice Slash were removed. This consolidation made the elemental punches more valuable and gave them clear identity as the go-to physical options for their respective types. Several multi-hit moves had their mechanics adjusted during development, with some moves hitting random numbers of times being changed to fixed numbers of hits for more consistent battle outcomes. This adjustment made multi-hit moves less frustrating while still maintaining their unique identity as attacks that could break through substitute or focus sash mechanics. Signature moves for legendary Pokemon underwent development changes, with some legendaries originally planned to have unique moves that were cut or reassigned to maintain balance. The decision to give each legendary bird its own signature move came relatively late in development, with Aeroblast and Sacred Fire appearing only in Generation 2, despite being conceptualized during Generation 1's development. Priority moves, which allow slower Pokemon to attack first, were carefully balanced during development, with several cut priority moves suggesting Game Freak experimented extensively with this mechanic before settling on Quick Attack as the primary normal-type priority option. Giving too many Pokemon access to priority moves would have devalued speed as a stat, so limiting priority move distribution became an important balance consideration. Cut HM moves beyond those discussed earlier included variations on Surf and Fly that would have functioned differently in or out of battle, with some proposals suggesting Surf should create whirlpools when used in battle, or Fly should have mid-air mechanics, allowing multiple turn aerial combat. These mechanics proved too complex to implement on Game Boy hardware and were either simplified or cut entirely. Recoil moves underwent significant development iteration, with the ratio of damage dealt to recoil damage taken being adjusted multiple times during playtesting. Some cut recoil moves had extremely high damage output, but equally devastating recoil, making them impractical for regular use and leading to their removal in favor of more balanced alternatives. Weather-based moves existed in concept during Generation 1's development, but weren't fully implemented until Generation 2, with the early builds containing code for moves that would create weather effects like rain, sun, or sandstorms. The decision to delay weather mechanics until later generations came from concerns about adding too much complexity to the battle system before players understood basic type matchups and status conditions. Transformation moves beyond transform itself were conceptualized, with ideas for partial transformations that would copy only stats or only moves, rather than completely duplicating the target Pokemon. These moves were cut for being confusing to explain and implement, leaving Transform as the only move in its mechanical category for several generations. Cut. Multi-target moves that would hit all Pokémon on the field in double battles existed in concept, even though double battles themselves weren't implemented until Generation 3. This forward planning suggests Game Freak envisioned multi-Pokemon battles long before the hardware existed to support them, with some moves being designed with future generations in mind. The Ghost type in Generation 1 had infamous issues with move effectiveness due to programming errors that made Psychic types immune to Ghost moves, despite Ghost being intended as a counter. Cut Ghost moves from development might have been removed when this error was discovered, and developers realized that adding more Ghost attacks would exacerbate the balance problem. Cut Dark type moves existed in Generation 1's development long before Dark type itself was officially introduced in Generation 2, suggesting that the Dark type was conceptualized early but removed from Generation 1 when developers decided 17 types was too many for the initial game. These Cut Dark moves were later revived and properly implemented when Dark type became official. Charge-up moves that required a turn of preparation before dealing damage were carefully balanced during development, with cut moves suggesting Game Freak experimented with various charge-up mechanics before settling on Solar Beam and Skull Bash as the primary representatives of this category. Too many charge moves would have slowed battle pace excessively, so limiting them maintained dynamic combat flow. Interesting cut mechanics from Generation 1's development reveal experimental features that were ultimately deemed too complex or unbalanced for the final release. These mechanics ranged from battle system alternatives to exploration features that would have significantly changed how players interacted with Kanto's world. The stamina system that appeared in extremely early builds would have given Pokémon a separate resource for using moves in addition to PP, similar to magic points in traditional RPGs. This system was quickly abandoned during early playtesting when it became clear that managing two different resource types for moves made battles too complicated and slowed gameplay to a frustrating degree. Under the stamina system, powerful moves would have cost more stamina to use even if they had PP remaining, forcing players to carefully manage when to use their strongest attacks rather than spamming them whenever PP was available. The removal of this system made battles more accessible, but also less strategic in some ways, as PP management alone provides simpler decision-making. Physical and special split mechanics were conceptualized during Generation 1, but not implemented until Generation 4 due to programming limitations and concerns about complexity. Early design documents show moves being classified as physical or special regardless of type, but the Game Boy's memory constraints made storing this additional data for every move impractical given the already tight cartridge space. Time of day mechanics were planned for Generation 1, but couldn't be implemented due to the original Game Boy lacking an internal clock. These mechanics would have made certain Pokémon appear only during specific times, changed NPC dialogue based on day or night, and potentially affected move power or accuracy depending on when battles occurred. The concept was shelved until Generation 2, when Game Boy Color's hardware allowed for real-time clock functionality. Weather effects during exploration rather than just in battle were conceptualized, with early designs showing rain or snow appearing on overworld maps and affecting wild Pokémon encounters or move effectiveness. This feature was cut for being too memory-intensive, as storing weather data for every route and updating sprites to reflect weather conditions would have required space the cartridge couldn't spare. Seasons were another cut mechanic that would have rotated every few weeks or months, changing which Pokémon appeared in certain areas and altering the appearance of some routes. This concept wouldn't be properly implemented until Generation 5 with Black and White, showing how far ahead some of Game Freak's early concepts were relative to available technology. Hunger mechanics for Pokemon in the party were briefly considered, with Pokemon needing to be fed regularly or suffering stat penalties during battle. This survival game element was quickly abandoned for being too punishing and distracting from the core catching and battling gameplay, though the concept partially resurfaced in Pokemon Amy and similar friendship mechanics in later generations. Terrain effects beyond just water and land were planned, with different terrain types like mud, snow, or rocky ground affecting movement speed and encounter rates. The decision to limit terrain variety kept map design simpler and prevented players from becoming frustrated by movement penalties, though terrain effects eventually appeared in modified form in later generations. Dynamic route changes based on player actions were conceptualized, with some routes potentially becoming blocked or opened depending on story progression or NPC interactions. This feature was partially implemented through cut trees and boulder-blocked caves, but wasn't as extensive as originally planned, with most routes remaining static throughout the entire game. Rental Pokemon systems, beyond the Safari Zone's unique catching mechanic, were considered, with ideas for renting powerful Pokemon temporarily for specific challenges or areas. This was cut for diminishing the importance of raising your own team and potentially allowing players to brute force difficult battles with borrowed power. The camping mechanic that would appear in later generations had very early concept sketches during Generation 1's development, with ideas for players setting up camp on routes to heal Pokemon without visiting Pokemon centers. This was cut because it would have reduced the importance of Pokemon centers as landmarks and recovery points, while also requiring significant memory for camping menus and animations. Multiple save files were planned before being reduced to a single save file per cartridge, with the limitation coming from memory constraints that made storing multiple complete save states impractical. This single save file limitation became a defining characteristic of main series Pokemon games for decades, only changing in recent generations with expanded hardware capabilities. The difficulty settings that appear in later games were conceptualized during Generation 1, but cut for being too complex to balance properly. Different difficulty modes would have required adjusting levels, AI behavior, and item availability for every trainer and wild encounter, multiplying the development workload beyond what the small team could handle. These cut mechanics reveal how ambitious Game Freak's vision for Pokemon was from the beginning, with many features that couldn't be implemented in 1996 eventually appearing in later generations as hardware improved and development teams grew larger. The restraint shown in cutting features that couldn't be properly implemented rather than forcing them into the game likely contributed to Generation 1's tight, focused design. Cut items from Generation 1 offer another window into discarded game systems and features, with various key items, held items, and consumables being removed during development, either because they were redundant or because they enabled exploits that broke game balance. The surfboard item, related to but distinct from the Lapras item discussed earlier, would have been a reusable tool for water travel that didn't require any specific Pokemon or HM. This item was cut in favor of making Surf and HM move, ensuring that players needed to catch water-type Pokemon and maintain them in their party rather than trivializing water navigation with a simple key item. Various evolution stones beyond the fire, water, thunder, leaf, and moonstones that made it to the final game were conceptualized, including Lightstone and Darkstone, that would eventually appear in later generations. These additional stones were cut from Generation 1 to avoid overwhelming players with too many evolution methods while also limiting the number of stone evolution Pokémon in Kanto's Pokédex. Held items as a mechanic were conceptualized during Generation 1's development, but not implemented until Generation 2 due to memory limitations and interface complexity. Early design documents reference items that Pokemon could hold for stat boosts or special effects, but implementing this system would have required expanding the Pokemon data structure beyond what the Game Boy's limited RAM could efficiently handle. Cut battle items included various temporary stat boosters that were more powerful than the X items that made it into the final game, with some removed for being too strong and essentially guaranteeing victory if used properly. The decision to make stat boosting items less powerful in the final version maintained battle difficulty while still giving players tools to overcome tough fights. Evolution canceling items beyond the Everstone existed in early builds, with some items that would force evolution even if the B button was pressed, or others that would permanently prevent a Pokemon from ever evolving. These were cut for being confusing and potentially causing players to accidentally lock themselves out of evolutions they wanted. Rare candy alternatives that raised specific stats instead of granting a full level existed in some development builds, allowing players to customize their Pokemon's growth more precisely. This system was cut for being too complicated and potentially allowing players to create unbalanced Pokemon by manipulating stat growth beyond what normal training would allow. The Master Ball alternatives were conceptualized, including variations that would have 100% catch rate only on specific types or only in certain areas. These specialized Master Balls were cut in favor of keeping just one ultimate catching tool that worked everywhere, maintaining the Master Ball's status as a precious, singular item that players needed to use carefully. Various key items for bypassing HM requirements existed in early builds, with items that would permanently grant surf, fly, or cut capabilities without needing to teach moves to Pokemon. These were cut because they would have eliminated the party building strategy involved in deciding which Pokemon to teach HM moves and how to balance utility with battle effectiveness. Cut medicine items that cured multiple status conditions simultaneously or provided full healing without visiting a Pokemon Center would have made resource management trivial and reduced the importance of Pokemon Centers as landmarks. Keeping healing items limited in scope maintained tension during dungeon exploration and ensured players needed to carefully manage their resources. Permanent stat boost items that could be used unlimited times were adjusted to the vitamin system that caps how many can be used per stat, with the change coming after playtesters demonstrated how permanent unlimited stat boosts could break game balance. The cap system maintained Vitamin's utility while preventing players from creating unstoppable Pokemon through item abuse. Fossil-related items beyond the Helix and Dome fossils were conceptualized, with some early builds featuring additional fossils for Pokemon that were cut during development. These extra fossils were removed when their corresponding Pokemon were cut, leaving just Omanite, Kabuto, and Aerodactyl as Generation 1's fossil Pokemon. Cut areas from Kanto's map reveal planned locations that were removed during development to save memory or because they didn't fit the final game's pacing and structure. These cut areas range from entire cities to smaller dungeons and routes that would have expanded exploration options significantly. An entire Safari Zone area focused on desert and rock-type Pokemon was designed but removed before implementation, with this desert zone potentially appearing in the space between Lavender Town and Fuchsia City. The cut area would have featured ground and rock-type Pokemon that were otherwise rare in Kanto, providing an alternative catching location for species that only appeared in late game areas. The lighthouse near Vermilion City was originally planned to be enterable and explorable, with multiple floors containing trainers and possibly a mini dungeon element. This lighthouse interior was cut to save development time and cartridge space, leaving the lighthouse as an exterior landmark that players can see but never access. An underground network of caves connecting various cities was conceptualized as an alternative to flying between locations, with these caves featuring their own unique wild Pokémon and trainers. This underground network was simplified into the few underground paths that did make it to the final game, with the more elaborate cave system being cut for being too complex and potentially confusing for navigation. Additional floors for Sylph Combing were planned before being reduced to the 11 floors present in the final game, with cut floors potentially featuring more Team Rocket encounters and puzzles. The decision to limit Sylphcomb's size came from concerns about players getting lost or frustrated in the building's already complex warp tile puzzle layout. A second power plant location was conceptualized for northwestern Kanto, possibly near Viridian City, that would have been home to electric-type Pokémon different from those appearing in the existing power plant. This second facility was cut when designers realized that having two identical locations would feel repetitive and wouldn't add meaningful content to justify the memory usage. Cerulean Cave originally had plans for significantly more floors and complexity than what made it to the final game, with some early maps showing up to 5 basement levels extending deep underground. These additional floors were simplified when balancing teams realized that navigating that many floors to reach Mewtwo would be tedious rather than challenging. A volcano dungeon separate from Cinnabar Island's volcano was planned for southwestern Kanto, potentially accessible by surfing south from Pallet Town to a new island. This volcano dungeon would have featured fire-type Pokémon and possibly a legendary Firebird, but it was cut when developers decided that 3 legendary birds were sufficient and that adding another fire-focused area would be redundant with Cinnabar Island. The Pokémon League building was originally planned to have explorable floors with trainers, shops, and rest areas before the Elite Four challenges, but these areas were cut to make the Pokémon League feel more focused and climactic. The final version's streamlined design, with just a Pokémon Center and direct access to the Elite Four chamber, creates better pacing for the game's conclusion. Additional routes connecting existing cities were mapped during early development before being cut to keep Kanto's geography manageable and navigable. These cut routes would have provided alternative paths between locations, creating a more interconnected world, but they were removed when designers realized that too many route options would make navigation confusing rather than freeing. A second sea route running along Kanto's western coast was conceptualized, potentially connecting Cinnabar Island to Viridian City by water, but this route was cut to avoid making water navigation too central to the game's progression. The existing water routes already provide substantial surfing content, and adding more would have risked making the late game feel like too much required swimming. An expanded Victory Road with branching paths and multiple entrances from different routes was designed but simplified to the single-path version in the final game. The more complex Victory Road would have allowed players to approach it from multiple angles and potentially skip sections, but this freedom was removed to ensure Victory Road felt like a definitive final challenge before the Elite Four. Cut trainer classes revealed planned opponent types that were removed during development, with some classes being consolidated into others, while some were cut entirely for being redundant or not fitting Kanto's theme properly. The Scientist Trainer class was significantly expanded in early builds, with variants including Mad Scientists, Lab Assistants, and research professors who would have appeared in more locations than just Sylph Combe and Cinnabar Mansion. These variants were consolidated into the single scientist class to reduce sprite variety needs and simplify the trainer roster. Knight and Samurai trainer classes existed in very early designs when developers were still unsure whether Pokemon would be set in a pure fantasy world or a modern setting, with these classes being removed once the decision was made to set Kanto in a contemporary world with modern technology. Traces of these classes survived in some trainer poses and dialogue that reference medieval combat styles. A psychic trainer class variant, specifically for hypnotists, was designed but merged into the standard psychic class, with hypnotists originally planned to use Pokemon with sleep-inducing moves exclusively. This specialization was deemed too narrow, and the standard psychic class was broadened to use various psychic types rather than being locked into specific movesets. The Team Rocket Grunt class had numerous variants planned based on rank and specialization, with Rocket admins, Rocket scientists, and Rocket elites all appearing in early trainer rosters. These variants were simplified to just grunts, with the notable exception of Giovanni, with other Team Rocket leadership being cut or simplified to avoid making the organization's hierarchy too complex for players to understand. Ace trainer variants, including veteran trainers and tactical trainers, were conceptualized as late-game trainer classes that would use fully evolved Pokemon with optimized movesets, but these were merged into the Cool Trainer class to avoid confusion. The Cool Trainer class's name and appearance don't strongly communicate end-game challenge, but they fulfill that role despite the somewhat casual branding. Artist and photographer trainer classes were designed for Kanto's more urban areas, with these trainers using Pokemon inspired by artistic themes like Smeargle or Pokemon with interesting colors and patterns. These classes were cut when Smeargle itself was cut from Generation 1, with the artist concept being delayed until later generations. Factory Worker Trainer class was planned to appear in Vermilion City and other industrial areas, with these trainers using Steel-type Pokemon before Steel-type was officially introduced in Generation 2. The class was cut along with most Steel-type Pokemon, leaving just Magnemite's evolutionary line as representation of metallic Pokemon in Generation 1. Cut dialogue from Kanto's NPCs offers insight into storylines and characterizations that were removed or simplified during development, with some dialogue trees being far more complex than what made it to the final game, while others reveal entirely different story directions. Professor Oak originally had significantly more dialogue explaining Kanto's history, the Pokemon ecosystem, and the player character's role in his research, with this exposition being cut for pacing reasons. Early players would have received more context about why they were starting their journey, but the final version's minimal explanation forces players to discover the world's lore through exploration. Giovanni's dialogue underwent several revisions that changed his characterization from a misunderstood villain with sympathetic motives to the more straightforward antagonist that appears in the final game. Cut dialogue revealed his backstory and reasons for leading Team Rocket, with these details being removed to keep the story focused and avoid creating moral ambiguity that might confuse younger players. The rival character's dialogue was significantly harsher in early builds, with more aggressive taunting and meaner insults that playtesters found off-putting. The final version's dialogue maintains the rival's competitive attitude, but softens his worst qualities, making him feel more like a spirited competitor rather than a genuine bully. Gym leader dialogue extended beyond simple pre-battle and post-battle conversations in early builds, with plans for leaders to offer advice, discuss their training philosophies, and provide hints about upcoming challenges. This additional dialogue was cut to keep gym battles focused and maintain consistent pacing across all 8 gyms. Elite Four members had backstories that were removed from their dialogue, with each member originally having connections to specific areas of Kanto or histories with certain Pokemon species. Lorelei's connection to the Seafoam Islands was meant to be more explicit, with dialogue revealing she trained there as a young girl. Bruno's backstory involved training on Victory Road for years before joining the Elite Four, with cut dialogue describing his dedication to perfecting fighting-type techniques. Agatha's removed dialogue revealed a past friendship with Professor Oak that turned bitter, explaining her harsh attitude and preference for ghost types that reflected her dark outlook on life. Lance's backstory was meant to be more mysterious, with cut dialogue hinting at his connection to Blackthorn City and the Dragon's Den that wouldn't be fully revealed until Gold and Silver. NPCs throughout Kanto had their dialogue reduced from multi-line conversations to single sentences, with memory limitations forcing developers to compress characterization into minimal text. Some cut dialogue revealed complex personalities and motivations for seemingly insignificant characters, but these details were sacrificed to keep file sizes manageable. The old man who teaches players how to catch Pokemon originally had extended dialogue explaining the history of Pokemon catching techniques and the development of the Pokeball, but this exposition was cut to a brief demonstration that serves gameplay purposes without overwhelming new players with lore. Team Rocket grunts had varied dialogue in early builds based on their location and role within the organization, with grunts in Silphcomen having different personalities than those in the Game Corner hideout. This variation was simplified to standardized grunt dialogue that could be reused across encounters, saving memory while maintaining the sense that Team Rocket was an organized crime syndicate. Bill's dialogue about his Pokemon storage system was significantly longer in early builds, explaining the technology behind PC boxes and how Pokemon are converted to data for storage. This technical explanation was cut for being too complicated and potentially raising uncomfortable questions about Pokemon consciousness and the ethics of data storage. The Name Raiders dialogue was meant to be more comedic and personality-driven, with different responses based on what nickname a Pokemon had and whether it was appropriate or offensive. This dynamic dialogue system was cut for being too complex to implement, leaving just the basic renaming functionality. Mr. Fuji's dialogue in Lavender Town was trimmed from a longer conversation about Pokemon spirits and the afterlife, with cut lines discussing what happens to Pokemon when they die and whether they move on to another realm. These philosophical discussions were removed to keep the game's tone lighter and avoid introducing concepts that might be difficult for young players to process. The Silphcopen president's dialogue after being rescued was significantly expanded in early versions, with plans for him to explain the company's research into Pokemon technology and hint at future innovations. This was simplified to brief thanks and the Master Ball gift to keep the post-rescue sequence short and focused on rewarding the player rather than delivering exposition. Cinnabar Island's researchers had individual dialogue trees in early builds that would change based on which Pokemon the player had in their party, with scientists offering specific comments about rare or unusual species. This dynamic dialogue was cut for being too memory-intensive, as it would require storing conditionals for all 151 Pokemon. Safari Zone Warden's dialogue about his lost teeth was meant to be part of a longer side quest involving multiple NPCs and locations, but this was simplified to a single fetch quest to keep the Safari Zone's narrative focused. Cut dialogue revealed the teeth were a family heirloom with sentimental value beyond just being dentures. Fishermen along Kanto's coasts had dialogue that changed based on what Pokemon the player had caught through fishing, with fishermen offering tips about rare species or congratulating players on impressive catches. This tracking system was cut for requiring too much memory to store player fishing data. The move to leader character was conceptualized for Generation 1, but didn't appear until later games, with early dialogue written for an NPC in Fuchsia City who would help players remove unwanted HM moves. This character and their dialogue were cut when developers decided that HM moves being difficult to remove was an intentional design choice that encouraged careful team planning. Cut music tracks from Generation 1 reveal unused compositions that were created but never assigned to locations or situations in the final game. These tracks offer insight into areas, events, or moods that were planned but removed during development. An unused victory fanfare, distinct from the standard battle victory theme, suggests alternate victory conditions or special battles that were cut from the game. This fanfare was more elaborate than the standard theme, possibly intended for winning particularly difficult or story-important battles that would warrant unique celebration. A somber theme, labeled in development files as Lost Theme, was composed but never used, suggesting that losing battles might have had more significant consequences or story implications in early designs. The decision to make losing simply return players to the last Pokemon Center might have made this theme unnecessary. An unused version of the Pokemon Center theme with slightly different instrumentation exists in the game's data, possibly intended for special Pokemon centers or centers in specific locations. The standardization of the Pokemon Center theme across all locations made this variation redundant. A shorter, more intense version of the Team Rocket battle theme appears in unused music data, possibly intended for encounters with Team Rocket admins or commanders who were cut from the game. This theme's existence suggests that Team Rocket's organizational structure was meant to be more complex than what appears in the final version. An unused route theme with a more mysterious, exploratory feel might have been intended for cave systems or dungeons that were cut, as its mood doesn't match any location in the final game. The theme's minor key and slower tempo suggest it was composed for areas meant to feel foreboding or uncertain. A triumphant theme, labeled Achievement Theme in development files, was never assigned to any in-game event, possibly intended for completing the Pokédex or achieving other optional goals. The decision not to include elaborate achievement fanfares kept the game's reward structure simple and focused on progression rather than completion. An alternate version of the Elite Four battle theme exists with different instrumentation, suggesting that different Elite Four members might have had unique themes before the decision was made to give them all the same battle music. Differentiating Elite Four members through unique themes would have required more cartridge space and made their battles feel less connected as a sequential challenge. A calm, reflective theme that doesn't appear anywhere in the final game was possibly intended for ending sequences or post-game exploration, with its peaceful mood suggesting it was meant to play after major accomplishments or during quiet moments of reflection. An unused evolution theme variation with slightly different timing might have been intended for special evolutions or trade evolutions, differentiating these important transformations from standard level-up evolutions. The decision to use one evolution theme for all evolutions simplified the audio experience while maintaining consistency. A battle intro theme that goes unused in the final game was possibly intended to play before important battles began, creating anticipation similar to how later games implement battle intro stings for significant encounters. This theme's removal kept battle flow immediate, without additional audio transitions. The rival encounter theme underwent several iterations, with unused versions showing different approaches to characterizing the rival through music. Some versions were more aggressive and confrontational, while others felt more friendly and competitive, with the final version striking a balance between these extremes. Cut sound effects complement the unused music tracks, with various Pokemon cries, environmental sounds, and interface noises being created but never implemented in the final game. Several Pokemon have unused cry variations in the game's data, suggesting that cries might have changed based on the Pokemon's level, health status, or other factors. This dynamic cry system was cut for being too subtle to notice and requiring memory to store multiple cry variations for each Pokemon. Environmental sound effects like wind, rain, and waves appear in development data, but were never implemented in the overworld, as the Game Boy's audio limitations made playing background sounds alongside music impractical. Later games would implement environmental audio more successfully with better hardware. Interface sounds for systems that were cut remain in the game's audio files, including sounds for the stamina system, hunger mechanics, and other removed features. These orphaned sound effects exist as echoes of game systems that never made it to players. Alternate Pokeball sound effects suggest different types of Pokeballs beyond the standard, Great, Ultra, and Master Balls were conceptualized, with unique sounds for catching Pokemon with different ball types. The decision to limit ball variety in Generation 1 made these alternate sounds unnecessary. A sound effect for Pokemon fainting in the overworld rather than just in battle exists, but goes unused, suggesting that Pokemon might have been able to faint from environmental hazards or time passing without healing. This mechanic was cut to keep overworld exploration stress-free. Unused footstep sounds for running or faster movement suggest that a run button or running shoes mechanic was conceptualized for Generation 1 before being delayed until Generation 2. The lack of running in Generation 1's final version made these sound effects obsolete. Menu navigation sounds underwent multiple iterations, with unused variations showing different approaches to audio feedback for player inputs. The final menu sounds were chosen for being clear and satisfying without becoming annoying through repetition. Cry variations for shiny Pokemon existed in development, despite shiny Pokemon themselves not being fully implemented until Generation 2. These alternate cries would have made shiny Pokemon immediately identifiable through sound, but the feature was delayed when shiny mechanics weren't ready for Generation 1's release. Cut animations and sprite variations reveal visual elements that were designed but not implemented in the final game, with some animations being too complex for the Game Boy's hardware, while others were simply deemed unnecessary. Walking animations for Pokemon following the player in the overworld exist in fragmentary form in development data predating Pokemon Yellow's implementation of Pikachu following the player by years. This feature was cut from the original Red and Green for being too memory intensive, with each Pokemon requiring multiple walking sprites and animation frames. Battle animations for moves were significantly more elaborate in early builds, with some attacks having longer, more detailed animations that were simplified or cut when developers realized they would slow battle pace too much. The final game's quick, efficient animations prioritized keeping battles moving over visual spectacle. Pokemon status condition sprites showing visible effects of poison, paralysis, burn, and other conditions were designed but not implemented, as overlaying these effects on Pokemon sprites proved technically challenging with the Game Boy's limited graphics capabilities. Later games, with more powerful hardware, could implement visible status effects more successfully. Overworld sprite variations for weather effects like rain or snow existed in concept, with player and NPC sprites potentially changing appearance based on weather conditions. This feature was cut when weather effects themselves were removed from Generation 1's Overworld cut evolution animations for specific Pokemon that evolved through unusual means existed in early builds, with trait evolutions potentially having different animation sequences than level up evolutions. The standardization of evolution animations across all methods simplified an implementation while maintaining consistency. The Pokédex interface had more elaborate designs in early mock-ups, with animations showing Pokémon rotating, displaying different poses, or reacting to player input. These animated Pokédex features were cut to keep the interface functional and fast-loading on Game Boy hardware. Cut gameplay mechanics, beyond those already discussed, reveal experimental systems that were tested during development, but ultimately removed for being too complex, unbalanced, or incompatible with Pokemon's core design philosophy. A morality system where player choices affected story outcomes and NPC reactions was briefly conceptualized before being rejected as incompatible with Pokemon's lighthearted, adventure-focused tone. This system would have tracked good and evil actions, potentially leading to different endings or rival encounters based on player behavior. Under this cut morality system, stealing items, knocking out wild Pokemon without catching them, or refusing to help NPCs would have been considered negative actions, while helping people, catching and training diverse teams, and showing compassion toward Pokemon would earn positive morality points. The system was removed when developers realized it would make players feel judged rather than free to play how they wanted. Experience sharing mechanics different from the XP. Share item were tested, with some builds allowing party Pokemon to gain experience even when not participating in battle without needing a held item. This automatic experience sharing was removed to maintain the importance of actively using Pokemon in battle and to prevent teams from becoming overleveled. Pokemon personality systems, beyond just nature stats, existed in very early concepts, with the individual Pokemon potentially having likes, dislikes, and behavioral quirks that affected their battle performance or evolution. This depth of personality simulation was deemed too complex for the Game Boy's memory and processing capabilities. Under the cut personality system, Pokemon might have refused to use certain moves, performed better or worse based on opponent type preferences, or required specific training methods to reach their full potential. This level of individual personality would have made each Pokemon feel unique, but also potentially frustrating when personality traits conflicted with player strategy. Dynamic difficulty adjustment that scaled trainer and wild Pokemon levels based on player team strength was tested but removed for creating inconsistent challenge and potentially confusing players about progression. The static level curves in the final game provide predictable difficulty that players can prepare for and strategize around. Permadeath options, where Pokemon that fainted couldn't be revived, were conceptualized as hardcore difficulty settings, but rejected for being too punishing and potentially causing players to lose Pokemon they'd bonded with through hours of training. This concept wouldn't be officially recognized until fan-created Nuzlocke challenges popularized self-imposed permadeath rules years later. Breeding mechanics existed in concept during Generation 1's development, but weren't implemented until Generation 2 due to complexity concerns. Early breeding concepts were more complicated than what eventually appeared in Gold and Silver, with ideas about inherited moves, stats, and even personality traits, making the system too elaborate for initial implementation. Skill trees, or customizable move, learning paths, where players could choose which moves their Pokemon learned through leveling, were briefly considered before being rejected for adding unnecessary complexity to an already deep game. The final designs fixed level up movesets, simplified team building, while still allowing customization through TMs and HMs. Minigames beyond the slot machines in Celadon Game Corner were planned, including card games, Pokemon races, and skill-based challenges that would reward players with rare items or Pokemon. These minigames were cut to keep Kanto's content focused on exploration and battling rather than distracting players with side activities. Under the cut minigame system, players might have been able to enter their Pokemon in races similar to those seen in the anime, with race performance determined by speed stats, player timing inputs, and random chance. The prizes for winning races would have included rare Pokemon or items not available through normal gameplay. Card battle minigames that predated the actual Pokemon trading card game were conceptualized with ideas for NPCs challenging players to simplified card battles using representations of their Pokemon teams. This was cut when developers decided that having two different battle systems would confuse players and dilute focus from the main battle mechanics. Seasonal events that would change NPC dialogue, available Pokemon, or item shop inventory were planned before being cut due to the original Game Boy lacking internal clock functionality. These events would have given players reasons to revisit areas during different times of year, but an implementation wasn't feasible without real-time tracking. Photo mode features where players could take snapshots of their Pokemon in various locations were conceptualized years before Pokemon Snap existed, with early ideas about documenting Pokemon in their natural habitats. This feature was cut for being too memory-intensive and tangential to core gameplay, though it eventually inspired the Pokemon Snap spin-off game. Reputation systems, where player actions in one town affected how NPCs in other towns that treated them, were designed but removed for adding unnecessary complication to Kanto's straightforward progression. The final game's approach, where each location treats the player consistently, regardless of actions elsewhere, simplified interactions, and prevented players from accidentally making areas hostile through misunderstood mechanics. Hunger and fatigue systems that would have required players to regularly feed their Pokemon and provide rest were tested in very early prototypes before being rejected as too demanding and punishing. These survival mechanics would have added resource management depth, but also constant maintenance requirements that detracted from exploration and battling fun. Under the cut hunger system, Pokemon would have gradually become hungry during exploration, requiring players to carry and use Pokemon food items regularly or suffer stat penalties during battles. This constant need to feed teams was deemed too annoying and potentially upsetting for players who forgot to manage hunger and found their Pokemon weakened. The fatigue system would have tracked how many battles each Pokemon fought, requiring rest periods where they couldn't be used or they would suffer exhaustion penalties. This would have forced players to rotate through multiple team members rather than relying on a few favorites, but it was cut for potentially frustrating players who wanted to focus on raising specific Pokemon. Territory control mechanics, where rival trainers or Team Rocket could claim areas of Kanto and prevent player access until defeated, were conceptualized as dynamic world elements. These mechanics were cut when developers realized they would create confusing situations where players couldn't progress because certain areas were randomly blocked. Weather-based type advantages beyond the weather moves themselves existed in early designs, with ideas about rain boosting water moves and weakening fire moves even outside of battle. This environmental strategy layer was deemed too complex for Generation 1 and was simplified into the weather effect system that appeared in later games. Pokemon specific field abilities beyond HM moves were planned, with ideas about certain species having unique overworld interactions based on their type or characteristics. Examples included fire types being able to melt ice, psychic types sensing hidden items, and ghost types passing through certain obstacles. These species specific abilities were cut to avoid making some Pokemon feel mandatory for exploration. Team composition requirements for accessing certain areas beyond just HM moves existed in concept, with gates that would only open if players had specific type combinations or Pokemon meeting certain criteria in their party. This gate system was simplified to just HM requirements and badge checks to avoid making progression too dependent on catching specific Pokemon. Dynamic trainer AI that adapted to player strategies during battle was tested but removed for being too difficult to implement effectively on Game Boy hardware. The static AI patterns in the final game provide consistent challenge without requiring complex behavior trees or learning algorithms. Post-game story content beyond just catching Mewtwo and completing the Pokédex was planned but cut due to time and resource constraints. Ideas for post-championship story events included Team Rocket returning, legendary Pokemon causing problems, and exploration of new areas that would only open after becoming champion. Cut lore and world-building elements reveal deeper stories about Kanto's history, Pokemon origins, and the relationship between humans and Pokemon that were designed but never fully communicated to players. Ancient civilization ruins scattered throughout Kanto were meant to tell a story about past humans who lived alongside legendary Pokemon and potentially worshipped them. Fragments of this lore remain in Cinnabar Mansion's journals, but cut dialogue would have connected these fragments into a cohesive history. The creation story of Pokemon and their relationship to the natural world was originally explained in detail through NPC dialogue and readable text found in libraries or research facilities. This cosmological lore was cut to keep the game's focus on the present adventure rather than ancient history, though it would be explored more deeply in later generations. Legendary Pokemon origin stories detailing why Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres exist and what their purpose is in Kanto's ecosystem were written but never fully implemented. Cut text described the birds as ancient guardians of elemental forces who maintain natural balance, with their presence in specific locations being intentional rather than random. Mewtwo's creation story was meant to be told through more extensive diary entries in Cinnabar Mansion, with additional journal pages describing the ethical debates within the research team and the consequences they faced when Mewtwo escaped. These extra entries were cut to leave Mewtwo's story somewhat ambiguous and mysterious. The history of Pokeball technology and how humans learned to catch and store Pokemon was originally explained through museum exhibits and researcher dialogue. This technical history revealing how Pokeballs convert Pokemon to energy for storage raised philosophical questions about Pokemon consciousness that developers decided to avoid by cutting the detailed explanations. Team Rocket's founding and Giovanni's backstory were meant to be revealed through dialogue and discoverable documents, with cut story elements explaining how the organization began as a legitimate business before turning to crime. This sympathetic framing of Team Rocket was removed to keep the villains clearly antagonistic without moral ambiguity. The relationship between Professor Oak and Agatha was meant to be explored more deeply, with cut dialogue revealing they were research partners in their youth before a falling out over the ethics of Pokemon research. Agatha's bitterness toward Oak and her preference for ghost types were connected to this past betrayal. Blue's family situation and why he lives with Professor Oak rather than his parents was originally addressed through NPC dialogue, with hints about his parents being away on extended business or research trips. This backstory was cut to keep Blue's character focused on his rivalry with the player rather than his personal circumstances. The reason why 10-year-olds are allowed to travel unsupervised with potentially dangerous creatures was never explained in the final game, but cut dialogue suggested that Kanto society has specific coming-of-age traditions where young people prove themselves through Pokemon journeys. This cultural context was removed to avoid raising questions about child safety that would distract from the adventure. Pokemon migration patterns and seasonal variations in which species appear where were conceptualized as part of Kanto's ecology, with cut Pokédex entries describing how certain Pokemon travel between regions based on weather or breeding seasons. This ecological detail was simplified in the final game, where Pokemon distributions remain static. The Pokemon League's history and how it was established as the ultimate test for trainers was meant to be revealed through dialogue with Elite Four members and NPCs in the League building. Cut story elements described the League as a relatively recent institution created to formalize trainer progression and provide goals for aspiring champions. Extinct Pokemon beyond the fossil species were referenced in cut dialogue, with mentions of species that died out before modern times and whose remains occasionally surface in archaeological digs. This expansion of Pokemon paleontology was cut to keep focus on the fossil Pokemon players could actually obtain. The relationship between different regions and how Kanto connects to the broader Pokemon world was originally hinted at through NPC dialogue mentioning distant lands. These references were cut when developers decided to keep Generation 1 entirely focused on Kanto without teasing future regions. Cut graphical elements and visual effects reveal artistic directions that were tested during development before being simplified or removed for technical or aesthetic reasons. Detailed battle backgrounds for different terrain types were designed but simplified to the basic patterns in the final game, as rendering complex backgrounds would have required memory better spent on Pokemon sprites and animations. Early battle backgrounds showed detailed grass fields, rocky caves, or water surfaces that were reduced to simple patterns. Dynamic lighting effects for moves like flash or fire-type attacks were conceptualized but couldn't be implemented effectively on the Game Boy's screen technology, which lacked the contrast range needed to make lighting effects visible. Later games on Game Boy Color and beyond could implement lighting more successfully. Weather effects visible in overworld graphics existed in development mockups, with rain, snow, or fog potentially appearing on routes and in cities. These effects were cut when developers realized they would require creating separate sprite sets for all terrain tiles in multiple weather states, consuming excessive memory. Reflection effects for water surfaces that would show mirrored versions of sprites standing near water were designed but proved too technically demanding for the Game Boy's tile-based graphics system. Implementing true reflections would have required doubling sprite data or creating complex mirroring routines that would slow down the game. Pokemon size variations, where individual Pokemon of the same species could appear larger or smaller in battle, were conceptualized but cut for requiring separate sprite sets for size variants. This size variation system wouldn't appear until later generations implemented it through simpler numerical displays rather than visual representation. Seasonal palette swaps for overworld tiles that would change tree colors from green to orange in autumn or white in winter were designed but couldn't be implemented without real-time clock functionality. These seasonal visuals would have made Kanto feel more dynamic, but required hardware capabilities the original Game Boy lacked. Animated water tiles with flowing patterns or rippling effects were designed but simplified to the basic animated water in the final game due to performance concerns. More complex water animation would have required more CPU cycles for tile updates, potentially causing slowdown during gameplay. Building interior variations that would make each house or building feel unique rather than using repeated interior templates were designed but cut to save memory. The final game reuses interior layouts extensively, with cut designs showing more diverse room arrangements and furniture placements. Pokemon following behavior for species beyond Pikachu in yellow existed in concept art, with designs showing how different body types and movement styles would translate to overworld following sprites. This variety of following Pokemon was cut from even Pokemon Yellow due to memory constraints, leaving only Pikachu implemented. Menu interface variations for different contexts or locations were designed but simplified to the consistent menu system throughout the final game. Cut interfaces showed different color schemes or layout adjustments for menus accessed in Pokemon centers versus menus in the overworld. Battle system variations beyond the standard one-on-one format were tested during Generation 1's development, with some experiments predating the double battles, rotation battles, and other formats that would appear in later generations by many years. 2 versus 2 battles, where each trainer controlled 2 Pokemon, simultaneously existed in very early concept documents, with designers exploring how to display 4 Pokemon on screen at once and handle targeting mechanics. This format was cut when it became clear that the Game Boy's screen size couldn't comfortably display 4 Pokemon sprites, health bars, and battle menus simultaneously without everything becoming cramped and difficult to read. Tag team battles where 2 trainers on the same side could switch control between their Pokemon were conceptualized as a way to make multi-trainer battles feel more dynamic and strategic. This system was removed for being too confusing to explain and implement, with concerns that players wouldn't understand when they could control which Pokemon or how to coordinate strategies with AI partners. Reverse battles, where type effectiveness worked backwards, with super effective moves dealing reduced damage and not very effective moves dealing increased damage, were tested as potential post-game challenge modes. This inversion was cut for feeling more frustrating than fun, as it required players to unlearn everything they'd been taught about type matchups throughout the main game. Survival mode battles, where players fought continuous waves of increasingly difficult opponents without healing between matches, were designed for post-game challenge facilities. This endurance format was cut from Generation 1, but eventually appeared in later games through the Battle Tower and similar facilities, showing how cut ideas often resurface in refined form years later. Timed battles, where players had limited seconds to choose moves each turn, were tested to increase battle intensity and prevent players from spending excessive time deliberating over decisions. This time, pressure was removed when playtesters found it stressful rather than exciting, particularly younger players who needed more time to read move descriptions and consider options. The critical hit system underwent numerous balance adjustments during development, with the early builds using different formulas that made critical hits either too common or too rare. Some cut critical hit mechanics included guaranteed crits based on move type matching Pokemon type, critical damage varying based on move power, and critical hits applying status effects alongside damage. Under one removed critical hit system, Moves that matched the user's type would have significantly increased critical hit rates, creating situations where same type attack bonus would stack with critical damage for devastating attacks. This was deemed too powerful and removed in favor of the speed-based critical hit formula in the final game. Another cut mechanic allowed certain Pokémon to land guaranteed critical hits on the first move of battle, representing ambush tactics or surprise attacks. This was removed for creating frustrating situations where players would lose Pokémon before getting a chance to act, particularly against high-level opponents. The paralysis status condition had more severe effects in early builds, with paralyzed Pokémon having significantly reduced speed and higher chances of being fully paralyzed each turn. This was softened in the final version to make paralysis powerful but not completely debilitating, ensuring paralyzed Pokémon could still contribute to battles. Sleep mechanics were even more powerful in early versions than they ended up being in the final game, with some builds allowing sleeping Pokémon to sleep for unlimited turns until manually awakened. This infinite sleep was changed to the random duration system because the unlimited sleep effectively removed Pokémon from battle permanently unless the opponent chose to wake them. Burn damage originally reduced affected Pokémon's attack stat by half, while also dealing damage each turn, making it devastatingly effective against physical attackers. This was considered too punishing, and the attack reduction was made less severe in later balancing passes, though burn still remained one of the strongest status conditions. Freeze mechanics allowed frozen Pokémon to thaw randomly each turn in early builds, but this was removed to make freeze more consistent and terrifying. The final version's freeze mechanics, where Pokémon remained frozen indefinitely unless hit by fire moves, made freeze the most dangerous status condition in Generation 1. Poison damage scaling was tested where poison would deal increasing damage each turn similar to toxic, but this was simplified to flat damage per turn for regular poison with only toxic featuring escalating damage. This distinction made toxic feel more valuable and dangerous compared to regular poison. Confusion mechanics, where confused Pokémon might attack allies in double battles or target themselves with status moves, were designed but couldn't be implemented properly due to the lack of double battles in Generation 1. These confusion variants were shelved until later generations when double battles made them feasible. Flinch mechanics that could chain across multiple turns if the opponent kept using priority moves were tested but deemed too frustrating and removed. The final version's flinch mechanics, where flinching only prevents action for a single turn, struck a better balance between being powerful and not completely locking down opponents. Cut Pokémon designs that never progressed beyond early concept sketches reveal the sheer volume of ideas that were generated during Generation 1's development, with designers creating far more Pokémon than could possibly fit in the final game. A seal Pokémon distinct from seal was designed based on harbor seals rather than sea lions, with a rounder, spotted design that differentiated it from seal's more streamlined appearance. This alternate seal was cut when designers decided having two different seal species in the same generation would be confusing and redundant. Multiple dragon-type designs beyond the Dratini line were conceptualized, including a Chinese-style serpentine dragon, a Western-style dragon with wings and 4 legs, and a dragon-dinosaur hybrid. These extra dragons were cut to keep dragon-type rare and special in Generation 1, with only the Dratini evolutionary line and Aerodactyl's partial dragon theming representing draconic Pokémon. A dolphin Pokémon was designed and partially implemented before being cut, possibly due to concerns about dolphins' protected status and the sensitivity around depicting dolphins in games where creatures battle each other. This dolphin concept would resurface in later generations with Pokémon like Lantern sharing some aquatic characteristics. Several additional bird Pokémon beyond Pidgey, Spearow, and far-fetched lines were designed for Kanto's skies, including a crow, an owl, a hummingbird, and a peacock. These extra birds were cut when designers realized the existing bird Pokémon already provided sufficient variety and that adding more would make bird types feel too common. A koala Pokémon clinging to a tree was designed as a grass or normal type, but this design was cut and wouldn't appear until later generations introduced Komala and Alola. The koala's slow, sleepy characterization might have overlapped too much with Slowpoke's delayed reactions, leading to its removal from Kanto. Multiple bug-type designs were created beyond those that made it to the final game, including a praying mantis distinct from Scyther, a dragonfly, a mosquito, and a scorpion. Some of these designs were cut because they were too similar to existing bug types, while others were deemed too creepy or intimidating for the game's intended audience. The mosquito design in particular was reportedly cut due to concerns about depicting disease-carrying insects in a positive light, as mosquitoes are associated with illness and are generally viewed as pests rather than interesting creatures worthy of becoming. Pokémon. A mushroom, Pokémon separate from Paras, and Parasect was designed, possibly a pure grass-type mushroom without the parasitic bug-type element. This standalone mushroom was cut when designers decided the parasitic mushroom concept in the Paras line was more interesting and unique than a straightforward mushroom Pokémon would be. Rock-type designs, including a living boulder that was more spherical than Geodude, a crystal cluster Pokémon, and a sandstone formation creature were all conceptualized but cut. The decision to limit rock types in Generation 1 meant only the most distinct and interesting rock designs survived to the final roster. A plant bulb Pokémon unrelated to Bulbasaur was designed as a pure grass type, possibly intended to be a common early-game grass Pokémon found in forests. This generic plant design was cut in favor of making grass types slightly rarer and more specialized, with most grass Pokémon in Kanto having distinct themes beyond just being plants. A snake. Pokémon Separate from Icons was designed based on constrictors rather than cobras, featuring a thicker body and different pattern. This alternate snake was cut to avoid redundancy, with the Icons line keeping snake representation to a single evolutionary family in Generation 1. Water-type designs that didn't make the final cut included a clam that wasn't Shelter, a coral Pokémon, a sea urchin, and an otter. These aquatic creatures were cut when designers realized Generation 1 already had extensive water-type representation and that adding more would unbalance type distribution. The sea urchin design was reportedly quite far along in development, with spike-based move animations partially created before the Pokémon itself was cut. This spiky aquatic creature might have inspired later generation Pokémon with similar defensive designs. A rabbit Pokémon faster and more aggressive than Nidoran was designed but cut, possibly because the Nidoran lines already represented rabbit-like creatures, and having a third rabbit species would be excessive. This speedy rabbit concept might have influenced later generation designs like Buniri or Scorbunny. Ghost-type designs beyond Ghastly's evolutionary line were numerous, with ideas for haunted objects like possessed dolls, possessed armor, and possessed lanterns, all being conceptualized. These object-based ghosts were cut when designers decided that Generation 1's ghost types should feel more like traditional spirits and specters rather than haunted items. The possessed doll concept in particular was reportedly considered too creepy for the game's target age range, with concerns that young players would find dolls coming to life genuinely frightening rather than exciting to catch and train. Fighting type designs included a gorilla, a kangaroo that wasn't Kangaskhan, various martial artist humanoids, and a rhinoceros beetle. These fighting types were cut as designers narrowed down which fighting type archetypes to represent in Generation 1, ultimately keeping the ones that felt most distinct. Psychic type designs beyond those in the final game included a fortune teller Pokemon, a crystal ball creature, and several designs based on meditation and spiritual enlightenment. These were cut when designers decided that psychic types should remain relatively rare and powerful rather than having many representatives. The evolution stones themselves had unused variants in development, with some stones being designed but never implemented in the final game due to lack of Pokemon to use them. The Sunstone existed in concept during Generation 1's development years before being officially implemented in Generation 2. Early designs for Gloom's evolution into Blossom and other sun-powered evolutions were conceptualized but delayed when designers couldn't create enough compelling Sunstone evolutions to justify adding the stone to Generation 1. A Dusk Stone or Moon, shard item distinct from the Moonstone, was designed for evolving dark or ghost-type Pokemon, but with so few dark and ghost types in Generation 1, this stone had no purpose and was cut. The concept would eventually resurface in later generations when dark types became more common. An Eternal Stone, separate from the Everstone, was conceptualized, which would permanently lock a Pokemon's form and prevent all future evolution attempts even if the stone was removed. This extreme measure was cut for being unnecessarily punishing and offering no benefit over simply not evolving Pokemon normally. Metal Coat and Dragon Scale, which would later become evolution trigger items in Generation 2, existed in concept during Generation 1 as potential held items that would boost specific attack types. These items were delayed until Generation 2 when held item mechanics could be properly implemented. King's Rock similarly existed in early design documents as an item that would trigger evolution for specific Pokemon when traded, but the trade while holding mechanic couldn't be implemented until Generation 2's expanded item system allowed for it. Various elemental stones beyond fire, water, thunder, leaf, and moon were proposed, including Wind Stone, Ice Stone, Earth Stone, and Light Stone. These additional stones were cut to keep evolution methods simple and prevent players from becoming overwhelmed with too many evolution items to track and manage. The Windstone was meant to evolve flying-type Pokemon or bird species, but with most bird Pokemon in Generation 1 evolving through leveling, there weren't enough candidates to justify including the stone. This concept would eventually appear in later generations under different names. Ice Stone was designed for Ice-type evolutions, but was delayed because Generation 1 had very few pure Ice types that could benefit from Stone evolution. The abundance of Water-Ice dual types that already had clear evolution paths made Ice redundant in Kanto's roster. A Chaos Stone or Random Stone that would trigger random evolutions or transformations was briefly conceptualized as a high-risk, high-reward item, but this randomness was deemed frustrating rather than exciting, and the concept was abandoned entirely. Regional differences in wild Pokemon availability were more pronounced in early development builds, with some version-exclusive Pokemon appearing in different locations across red and green versions, rather than being completely absent from one version. In early builds, Ekans appeared on certain routes in green version, while Sandshrew appeared on the same routes in red version, but both Pokemon could still be found elsewhere in both games just at different rates. This was simplified to complete version exclusivity to make trading feel more necessary and valuable. Time of day exclusive Pokemon were planned for Generation 1, despite the lack of real-time clock functionality, with some Pokemon potentially appearing only if players had been playing for certain amounts of time or during specific gameplay sessions. This was cut when designers realized it would be confusing without visual indicators of time passing. Seasonal variants of Pokemon forms, where the same species might have different colors or slight design changes based on when they were caught, existed in concept but couldn't be implemented without seasonal tracking. This concept would eventually appear in Generation 5 with Deerling and Sawsbuck. Migration events where certain Pokemon would temporarily appear in unusual locations before moving on were designed as dynamic world elements, but the static nature of Game Boy cartridges made true migration impossible. All Pokemon distributions had to be fixed rather than changing over time. Evolution trade chains, where catching a Pokemon from one trainer would reveal a new Pokemon available from another trainer, were conceptualized as a network of NPC trades throughout Kanto. This was simplified to the straightforward in-game trades in the final version to avoid confusing players about trading prerequisites. Rarity tiers beyond just encounter rates were planned, with some Pokemon potentially having special requirements to make them appear like defeating certain numbers of trainers or catching specific Pokemon first. These unlock conditions were cut to keep wild encounters straightforward and based purely on location and luck. Shiny Pokemon existed in Generation 1's code, but weren't properly implemented as a visible mechanic until Generation 2, with the DVs that determine shininess being present but without any visual distinction. Some late development builds experimented with alternate colorations, but these were cut for cartridge space reasons. Weather-based encounter changes, where different Pokemon would appear in rain versus sunshine, existed in concept but couldn't be implemented without weather systems. This dynamic encounter mechanic would eventually appear in later generations with more advanced hardware. Swarm mechanics, where large groups of a single species would rarely appear, allowing players to catch many of the same Pokemon quickly, were designed but cut. This concept would later be implemented in Generation 3 with the Pokemon News feature announcing swarm outbreaks. The Pokédex itself underwent significant changes during development, with early versions having more extensive features that were cut for simplicity or technical limitations. Height comparison features where players could see their captured Pokemon's size relative to the player character or other Pokemon were designed but cut due to graphical limitations. This visual comparison would eventually appear in later generations with better display technology. Weight-based sorting that would arrange Pokemon by mass rather than just by number was conceptualized but removed to keep the Pokédex interface simple and focused on numerical order. Later generations would add multiple sorting options. Habitat information showing exactly where each Pokemon could be found with encounter rates was planned for the Pokédex, but this was cut to preserve the mystery of finding rare Pokemon and encourage exploration rather than targeted hunting. Behavioral notes describing Pokemon personalities, preferred foods, and social structures existed in early Pokédex mockups, but were cut due to space limitations. The brief Pokédex entries in the final game represent condensed versions of much longer descriptions. Move history tracking that would show which moves a Pokemon had learned and forgotten was designed but removed for taking too much memory. Players had to manually track move changes or accept that forgotten moves were gone forever. Evolution tracking showing exactly which Pokemon in the player's collection had evolved from which others was conceptualized as a feature showing the player's journey with each Pokemon. This was cut as unnecessarily complex when the evolutionary lines were straightforward enough to understand without explicit tracking. Catch location data storing, where each Pokemon was caught, existed in very early builds, but was removed to save memory per Pokemon entry. This feature wouldn't be properly implemented until later generations, with more storage capacity per Pokemon data structure. Stats comparison features, allowing direct comparison of stats between multiple Pokemon, were designed, but cut to keep the interface simple. Players had to manually compare stats by viewing each Pokemon individually. Nickname history, showing all previous nicknames a Pokemon had been given, existed in concept but was cut as frivolous and memory intensive. Each Pokemon could only store its current nickname without preserving name change history. Battle history tracking wins, losses, and notable moments for each individual Pokemon was conceptualized as a way to build narrative around specific team members. This extensive tracking was cut for requiring too much data storage per Pokemon. The Pokemon storage system itself had several cut features that would have made PC box management more sophisticated than what appeared in the final game. Automatic sorting features that would arrange Pokemon by level, type, or alphabetically were designed but cut to keep the PC interface simple. Players had to manually organize their boxes in whatever order they preferred. Search functions, allowing players to quickly find specific Pokemon by name or type, were conceptualized but removed as unnecessary when box capacity was limited enough that manually browsing wasn't too tedious. Box labeling, allowing players to name each box with custom labels, was planned, but cut due to text entry limitations and memory concerns. Boxes remained numbered without custom naming options. Multiple save states for different teams or playstyles were conceptualized as a way to let players experiment without permanently altering their main save. This was cut when designers decided that meaningful choices required permanent consequences. Trading directly from PC boxes without withdrawing Pokemon to the party first was designed but removed due to technical complications with linking two Game Boys and accessing their respective PC systems simultaneously. Mass release functions, allowing players to release multiple Pokemon at once, were considered but cut due to concerns that players might accidentally release valuable Pokemon through misclicks or misunderstanding the interface. The medal and achievement systems that would later appear in various forms throughout the series had very early conceptual roots in Generation 1 before being cut entirely. Secret achievement, tracking for rare accomplishments like catching Pokemon with specific move combinations or defeating trainers in unusual ways, existed in design documents, but was cut for being too metagame focused. Badge case enhancements showing extended information about each gym leader and their specialties were designed but simplified to just displaying collected badges without additional context. Battle statistics tracking total battles fought, win rates, and most used Pokemon were conceptualized but cut for requiring extensive data storage and potentially making players feel judged for their battle performance. Collection milestones that would celebrate catching certain numbers of Pokemon or filling specific type categories existed in concept but were cut in favor of just the diploma for completing the Pokédex. Exploration milestones, tracking distance traveled, trainers defeated, and locations visited were designed as a way to reward thorough players, but were cut for being difficult to display meaningfully within the Game Boy's interface limitations. The battle system's underlying mathematics underwent extensive refinement during development, with numerous formulas being tested and adjusted before the final damage calculations were established. Damage variance ranges were initially much wider in early builds, with the same attack potentially dealing vastly different damage on repeated uses. This randomness was reduced to make battles more predictable and strategic rather than relying heavily on luck. Critical hit damage multipliers were adjusted multiple times, with early versions featuring critical hits that dealt 3 times normal damage rather than the 2 times multiplier in the final version. This was reduced when testing showed that triple damage criticals could instantly knock out Pokémon that should have survived. Stat stage modification limits were initially unlimited in very early builds, allowing Pokémon to stack infinite stat boosts through moves like Swords Dance or Amnesia. The 6-stage cap was introduced to prevent battles from becoming one-sided stomps where boosted Pokémon became completely unstoppable. Accuracy and evasion. Formulas went through numerous iterations, with different approaches to how much each stage of accuracy or evasion modification would affect hit chances. The final formula represented a compromise between making evasion strategies viable without making them overly frustrating to fight against. Type effectiveness multipliers were originally more extreme, with super effective moves dealing 3 times damage and not very effective moves dealing only 1/4 damage. These multipliers were reduced to 2 times and 1/2 respectively to make type disadvantages more manageable and prevent certain matchups from being completely unwinnable. Priority move mechanics, where faster Pokémon would still attack first, even when using priority moves, against slower opponents using normal moves were tested, but changed to make priority absolute. This ensured that priority moves felt impactful and useful even for slow Pokémon. Weather Effects' impact on move power and accuracy was designed, but couldn't be properly tested without weather systems being implemented. These calculations existed in code, but went unused until Generation 2 introduced weather mechanics properly. Status move accuracy formulas were adjusted to make status-inflicting moves more reliable than they were in very early builds, where even moves like Thunder Wave could miss frequently. The final accuracy values represented balancing between status moves feeling consistent while not being completely guaranteed. These mathematical refinements happened largely invisibly to players, with the final formulas creating the battle system that defined Generation 1's strategic depth. Each adjustment represented careful consideration of how battles should feel and flow, with the goal of creating engaging combat that rewarded both preparation and an in-battle decision-making. The legacy of Generation 1's cut content extends far beyond just what was removed, as many cut concepts would resurface in later generations after being refined, reimagined, or adapted to better hardware capabilities. Ideas that were impossible or impractical in 1996 eventually became core features of later games. The experimentation visible in Generation 1's development files reveals a team willing to try bold ideas even when technical limitations made implementation unlikely. This creative ambition, combined with pragmatic willingness to cut features that didn't work, resulted in a focused, polished experience that defined Pokémon for decades to come. Every cut piece of content represents a decision made in service of the final game, with designers choosing quality over quantity and cohesion over completeness. The discipline to remove features, Pokémon, and systems that didn't serve the core experience allowed Generation 1 to shine as a revolutionary title, rather than becoming bogged down by half-implemented ideas. Understanding what was cut from Generation 1 provides context for appreciating what remained, showing how careful curation and difficult decisions shaped the original Pokémon adventure. The invisible computers, unused evolution stones, cut Pokémon designs, and removed mechanics all exist as quiet monuments to the creative process behind one of gaming's most influential franchises. Shuckle, the defensive bug type, had an evolution that emphasized its fortress-like qualities, and Piloswine was meant to evolve into a creature that resembled Mamoswine, but with noticeable design differences. What's fascinating about these cases is that Game Freak clearly felt these Pokémon deserved evolutions. The idea was there in Generation 2, but for whatever reason, the execution didn't satisfy them. So they scrapped the designs and waited. Years later, they would return to these same Pokémon and create new evolutions that better fit their vision. This speaks to a certain perfectionism in Game Freak's design philosophy. It's not enough for a Pokémon to exist. It has to feel right. It has to fit properly into the world they're creating. Some of the most striking differences in the Space World demo involve Pokémon that did make it into the final game, but with significantly altered designs. Politoed, in the beta, had longer limbs and a slightly different body proportion. Noctowl's beta design was more buff, with a pronounced chest that made it look more physically imposing. Blissey had a heart-shaped growth coming out of its head that many fans found unsettling. Kingdra actually had limbs in the beta version, making it look more like a traditional sea dragon, and Lickilicky had rings around its body and a set of whiskers, giving it a completely different appearance from the rotund, simple design we ended up with. These changes weren't arbitrary. Each one represents a decision by the design team that the original concept wasn't quite working. Maybe Politoed with longer limbs looked too awkward. Maybe Noctowl was too intimidating and didn't fit the more friendly aesthetic they wanted. Maybe Blissey's heart growth was too strange, even for Pokemon. Whatever the reasons, these designs were refined, reworked, and in many cases simplified before making it to the final game. Then there are the completely unique Pokemon from the Space World demo, creatures that have never appeared in any official Pokemon game. There's a water and steel type fish line that would have given players early access to that type combination. The line started with Sunmola, a small fish, evolved into Anchorgay, a shark with an anchor for a tail, and then into Grotess, an eel-like creature. The water and steel typing wouldn't appear in the main games until Empoleon in Generation 4, making this cut evolutionary line feel ahead of its time. There's also a Pokemon that would have been a water and fire dual type, a combination so rare that only the mythical Pokemon Volcanion currently possesses it. This Pokemon, known among beta enthusiasts as Bomushika, looked like a seal with a burning ball on its head. The concept is wild and imaginative, exactly the kind of creativity that makes Pokemon designs memorable, yet it was cut, and we were left waiting until Generation 6 for a water and fire Pokemon to exist at all, and even then, it was relegated to mythical status, making it unavailable for most players. The demo reveals several ghost Pokemon that never made the cut, including one that strongly resembles what would later become Ghastly and Haunter's designs. There's Twins, a dual dark and normal type Pokemon that appeared to represent some kind of good and evil split. This little creature looked like conjoined ghostly orbs surrounded by a strange pink fog. What makes Twins particularly interesting is that it was apparently the pre-evolved form of a beta Girafarig design. The connection between ghostly twins and a two-headed giraffe is unclear, but it suggests that Girafarig's duality concept went through several different interpretations before settling on the design we know. One of the most talked about revelations from the Space World demo is the confirmation of an old fan theory. For years, players had speculated about the creature that bites Slowbro's tail. In the beta files, this creature exists as its own Pokémon. It wasn't just a part of Slowbro's design, it was intended to be a separate species that formed a symbiotic relationship with Slowpoke. The fact that this was confirmed to be true, at least during one stage of development, sent waves through the Pokémon fan community. There's also a Pokémon that appears to be based on a voodoo doll, complete with pins stuck through its body. Dark type didn't exist in Generation 1, so this Pokémon likely would have been part of the new dark typing introduced in Generation 2. The design is unsettling in the best way, capturing that slightly eerie aesthetic that dark types often embody. Yet it was cut, perhaps deemed too disturbing for the audience Game Freak was targeting. An electric tiger line, different from the Coutura line mentioned earlier, also appears in the demo. Then there are designs that seem to prefigure Pokémon from later generations. There's a creature that looks remarkably similar to Gorobus, which wouldn't debut until Generation 3. There's what appears to be an early version of Chimecho. There are designs that resemble Burmy and Mothim from Generation 4, and there's even a Pokémon that looks like it could be a prototype of Fennekin from Generation 6. This raises an interesting question about Game Freak's design process. When we see a new Pokémon in a later generation that bears resemblance to a cut design from years earlier, is it a coincidence? Is it parallel evolution in the creative process where designers independently arrive at similar concepts? Or is Game Freak intentionally revisiting their archive of cut designs, pulling out concepts they liked but couldn't make work at the time, and giving them another chance? The evidence suggests it's a combination of all three. Sometimes it's purely coincidental. Sometimes designers consciously reference old concepts. And sometimes the resemblance is more superficial than substantial, with the only connection being a shared source of inspiration, like both designs being based on the same type of animal or mythological creature. A later leak from 2020 revealed even more Generation 2 cut content. This leak, sometimes referred to as the 1999 demo, showed Pokémon at various stages of completion. Some sprites were fully realized, while others were clearly placeholder images. Larvitar appeared as a smooth blob without its characteristic rocky exterior. Forretress was just a big red Pineco. Wobbuffet was literally a white blob with eyes. These placeholder sprites give us insight into how Pokémon designs evolve during development. They start with rough concepts, basic shapes and ideas, and gradually get refined and detailed until they reach their final form. Even Pokémon that were far along in development sometimes had significant design changes. Kingdra's beta design closely resembled its Space World counterpart, confirming that this design persisted well into development before being changed. Delibird and Sneasel also had designs that were closer to their Space World versions than their final versions. Jumpluff had 2 extra arms that were removed. Feraligator's beta silver sprite showed it on all fours, giving it a more bestial appearance, before it was changed to a bipedal stance. Dunsparce, the often forgotten normal type, had a completely different design in the beta. Its sprite showed it curled upward, almost like a leaf, with different eye patterns. Between the gold and silver versions, there were even differences, showing that designs were still being tweaked and refined right up until the game's release. The sheer volume of cut content from Generation 2 is staggering. When you add up all the completely unique Pokémon that never made it, the alternative designs for Pokémon that did make it, and the various stages of development visible in the leaked files, you're looking at hundreds of designs. Ken Sugimori's statement about creating several hundred Pokémon for Generation 2 is clearly accurate. The cutting room floor for gold and silver is less of a floor and more of a warehouse. As we move into Generation 3, with Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, the story becomes a bit different. These games have been subject to leaks and data mining, but the amount of cut Pokemon information we have is more limited compared to Generations 1 and 2. What we do know is fascinating nonetheless. According to file structure analysis of Ruby and Sapphire's internal data, there are 25 unused Pokemon slots between Celebi and Trico. These slots once contained data, but by the time the games were released, most of that data had been replaced or removed. What remains are fragments, typing information, egg groups, catch rates, the actual names, and complete stats that these slots once held are gone, replaced by the names of Unown's alternate letter forms and placeholder stat spreads. Based on what does remain, researchers have been able to determine that these slots once contained Pokemon numbered 371 through 410 in the internal sprite order. Some of these had typings assigned, while others apparently never got beyond having normal type as a placeholder. The fact that these slots exist at all tells us that Ruby and Sapphire, like the games before them, went through significant cuts during development. In 2007, Junichi Masuda revealed in a Nintendo Power interview that there was a sea slug Pokemon they weren't able to put in Ruby and Sapphire, but were able to include in Diamond and Pearl. This is almost certainly a reference to Shellos and Gastrodon, which both exist in Diamond and Pearl's internal data with different designs than what we see in the final game. Shellos's beta sprite is pink and appears to combine design elements from both its West Sea and East Sea variations. Gastrodon's beta sprite is brown and looks like its West Sea variation, but with more rock-like protrusions on its body. The fact that these Pokemon were planned for Generation 3, but held back for Generation 4, shows how Game Freak sometimes plays the long game with their designs. They don't necessarily see cut content as failed content. It's more like a library they can draw from when the timing is right. Ruby and Sapphire's beta materials also reveal cut Pokédex entries and categories for 15 Pokémon that never made it to the final game. We don't have sprites for these, but we do have their conceptual identities preserved in text form. There was the Blackstone Pokémon, the Foster Pokémon, the Everlasting Summer Pokémon, the Shrub Pokémon, the Spirit Pokémon, the Small Oni Pokémon, the water moss Pokémon, the hawk Pokémon, the flower Pokémon, the scale Pokémon, the sightseeing Pokémon, the lottery Pokémon, the Archaeopteryx Pokémon, the dragonfly Pokémon, and the red spider lily Pokémon. Each of these titles gives us a glimpse into what the Pokémon might have been. The Archaeopteryx Pokémon, for instance, would likely have been based on the famous transitional fossil, perhaps serving as another fossil Pokémon option. The lottery. Pokémon sounds like it could have had some kind of chance-based ability or mechanic. The red spider lily Pokémon might have been grass type, possibly with some darker associations, since red spider lilies are often connected to death and the afterlife in Japanese culture. Evolution data from the Ruby and Sapphire leaks also reveals that Torkoal was planned to have a pre-evolution at some point. This makes sense from a game design perspective. Torkoal is fairly strong for a non-evolving Pokémon, and giving it a weaker pre-evolution would have allowed it to appear earlier in the game and give players a sense of progression as they raised it. For whatever reason, this pre-evolution was scrapped, and Torkoal remained a standalone Pokémon. Beta screenshots from before Ruby and Sapphire's release show some interesting differences in existing Pokémon designs. Wynot appears green instead of the blue we're familiar with. Shroomish has a different, more sinister-looking sprite. Sharpedo's beta design is particularly interesting, with sharper angles, darker eyes, and what appears to be a cross-shaped scar on its forehead instead of the star marking. The design gives it a more aggressive, torpedo-like appearance that emphasizes its predatory nature. There's also an unused overworld sprite in Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald's data that has puzzled fans for years. It's a large, yellow, rotund figure that doesn't correspond to any trainer or Pokémon in the final games. It has complete walking animation frames, suggesting it was meant to be used somewhere in the game. Some fans have nicknamed it the sumo character due to its appearance and build. The sprite is unusually proportioned for a human character, easily towering over other overworld sprites. Whether it was meant to be a special trainer, an NPC, or something else entirely remains a mystery. One of the more significant revelations about Ruby and Sapphire's development is that while double battles were initially planned, the feature exists in the game's code, but is incomplete. When triggered through hacking, the game only generates data for one wild Pokémon, and then copies that data for the second Pokémon, meaning you'd face two identical Pokémon. This suggests that the feature was abandoned relatively late in development, after the basic framework was implemented, but before it was fully functional. The Generation 3 games also contain music from Generation 2 in their data, suggesting that at some point there might have been plans for more connectivity between the generations, or perhaps that developers were using familiar music as placeholders during development. Whatever the case, these unused tracks sit silently in the game's code, relics of ideas that never quite materialized. As we continue through the generations, let's take a moment to appreciate what we're really talking about here. Every one of these cut Pokémon represents hours of work. An artist sat down and sketched ideas. Those sketches were refined, Colors were chosen, types were assigned, stats were calculated, evolution levels were determined, Pokédex entries were written, sprites were created, pixel by pixel, and then, at some point in the development process, someone made the decision that this particular Pokémon wouldn't make the cut. All that work would be set aside, filed away, perhaps to be revisited someday, or perhaps to remain hidden forever. Generation 4, Diamond and Pearl, gives us a different kind of cut content story. Unlike Generations 1 and 2, we don't have evidence of hundreds of completely unique Pokémon being cut. What we do have, thanks to leaks of the game's source code in 2020, is a treasure trove of alternative designs for Pokémon that did make it into the final games. These beta designs show us how much refinement went into each Pokémon, how designs evolved and changed right up until the game's release. The source code leak revealed builds from February and June of 2006, months before the game's September 2006 release in Japan. These builds contain sprites for all the Generation 4 Pokémon, and while many look similar to their final versions, a significant number have notable differences. What's particularly interesting about the Diamond and Pearl leaks is the revelation of extensive gender differences that were planned but ultimately cut. The leaked sprites show that Game Freak was originally planning to give almost every Pokémon unique attributes based on their gender. Many of these differences were subtle. Female Bulbasaur had larger spots than their male counterparts. Female variations of the Cyndaquil family had darker snouts. Most starter Pokémon exhibited small differences between genders, which might have created some controversy if they'd made it to the final game. Players who received a starter of one gender might have felt disappointed if they preferred the design and elements of the other gender, and there would have been no way to change it without restarting the game. Some of the gender differences were much more pronounced, particularly among bug types. Scyther's female had an enlarged abdomen, which actually did make it into the final game, but many other differences were removed. The July 2006 issue of Gorochu magazine, a popular Japanese publication that often featured pre-release Pokémon information, mentioned that male and female Pokémon would be visibly distinguishable in most cases. The magazine stated that most female Pokémon would be smaller or would have reduced or lacking physical features. This aligns with what we see in the leaked sprites, suggesting that gender differences were a significant focus during Diamond and Pearl's development. However, between June and the September release, Game Freak scaled back these differences dramatically. In the final game, only a handful of Pokémon have noticeable gender differences: Pikachu, Wobbuffet, Gibble, Garchomp, Hippopotas, Hippowdon, and a few others. This is a fraction of what was originally planned. Why did Game Freak cut most of these gender differences? We can only speculate, but a few reasons seem likely. First, it would have significantly increased the amount of sprite work required. Every Pokémon with gender differences needed 2 sets of sprites: front, back, and shiny variants for both genders. When you're dealing with hundreds of Pokémon, this adds up quickly. Second, there may have been concerns about the implications of making female Pokémon consistently smaller or less impressive than males. While this reflects real-world sexual dimorphism in many species, it could be seen as problematic when applied so universally to Pokémon. This legendary Pokémon from Generation 4 had some of the most dramatic design differences in the beta. Rotom appears as a simple spark in early builds, barely resembling the mischievous plasma Pokémon we know. Darkray's beta design is actually quite similar to its final form, but with subtle differences in proportion and detail. Shaman's beta sprite looks noticeably different, and Arceus, the god Pokémon itself, appears draped in a foggy shadow with orange circles for eyes, a far cry from the horse-like divine being we eventually got. Perhaps most dramatically, Giratina was completely different in early builds. The beta Giratina was named Chimeran, which is similar to the Japanese word for chimera, and it looked like an amalgamation of different creatures. This makes sense thematically, a chimera being a creature made up of parts from various animals. The final Giratina design moved away from this concept towards something more draconic and ghostly, better fitting its role as the denizen of the distortion world. The Garchomp evolutionary line shows significant color and design differences in beta sprites. The family's coloration was different, and various design elements were altered before the final release. Rampardos was much chunkier in its beta form, with proportions closer to Cranidos before being slimmed down and refined. Bronzong appeared to have more prominent arms, as if it wanted to give hugs. Carnivine and Leafeon had placeholder sprites, suggesting their designs weren't finalized even relatively late in development. Lumineon, a water-type Pokémon that's often forgotten by players, had a completely different color scheme in its beta version. The design concept of a butterfly fish remained, but the interpretation of its wing-like fins was different, and the color palette bore little resemblance to the final pink and blue design. Vespiquen, the queen bee Pokémon, had more colors in its head design, which were simplified for the final release. The Hippopotas and Hippodon line sported different colors in beta builds, as did the Geibel line. These changes might seem minor, but color is crucial to a Pokémon's identity. The right color scheme can take a design pop, while the wrong one can make it feel off. Game Freak clearly spent significant time refining the colors of Generation 4's Pokémon, making sure each one felt visually distinct and appealing. The starter Pokémon's evolutions underwent some interesting changes. While the base forms of Turtwig, Chimchar, and Piplup remained largely intact, their evolved forms had noticeable differences. These were more subtle changes, refinements to proportions and details, but they show that even the most important Pokémon in the game, the ones players would be spending the most time with, weren't immune to last-minute adjustments. One of the more interesting finds in the Diamond and Pearl data is the presence of overworld sprites for legendary Pokémon besides Dialga and Palkia using placeholder designs. This suggests that at some point there might have been plans for more direct encounters with legendaries in the overworld, similar to how Dialga and Palkia are encountered at Spear Pillar. Whether these plans were abandoned for time reasons, technical reasons, or design reasons remains unclear. The underground areas in Diamond and Pearl had a different layout in beta builds, and the battle UI had an alternate design that was later refined. Credit scenes were unfinished in early builds, which makes sense. Credits are typically one of the last things finalized in game development, since they need to include information about everyone who worked on the project. What the Diamond and Pearl leaks really show us is the iterative nature of game design. These Pokémon went through multiple revisions, their designs being tweaked and adjusted until they felt right. A color here, a proportion there, the angle of a limb, the size of a feature, all of these small decisions add up to create the final design. And while we might look at a beta sprite and think it looks fine, Game Freak clearly saw room for improvement and continued refining right up until the last possible moment. Generation 5, Black and White, takes us back to the situation we saw with Generations 1 and 2, where we know a huge number of Pokémon were cut, but we've only seen a small fraction of them. In an interview with Nintendo Power from March 2011, Ken Sugimori revealed that they probably designed around 3 times more Pokémon than they intended to actually use in the game. Given that Black and White introduced 156 new Pokémon, this would mean approximately 450 Pokémon were designed for Generation 5, with around 300 being cut. This is a staggering number, and it's consistent with what Sugimori has said about other generations. It seems to be Game Freak's standard practice to create far more Pokémon than they need, allowing them to pick and choose the best designs, the ones that best fit the game they're creating. The reason Black and White had so many designs created for it might relate to the game's unique approach. Generation 5 was the first generation since Generation 1 to feature only new Pokémon until after the main story was completed. Previous generations had mixed new Pokémon with returning favorites, but Black and White wanted to recapture that sense of discovery that came with the original games. To do this effectively, they needed a full ecosystem of Pokémon, enough variety to fill every niche and keep exploration feeling fresh. This ambitious goal required a massive pool of designs to draw from. Thanks to interviews translated by historian Dr. Lava, we know about several specific cut Pokémon from Generation 5. Carablast was originally going to have a different evolution, one that existed before the concept of it stealing Shelmet's shell was introduced. There was a family of snail Pokémon that were going to be Carablast's original counterpart, filling the role that Shelmet eventually took. We don't know how many Pokémon were in this snail line, but it's reasonable to assume it was a 2-stage line to match Carablast. The Petalil family was originally planned to be a 3-stage evolutionary line, but 1 stage was cut during development. Ken Sugimori mentioned in an interview that they had an oversupply of grass-type Pokémon for Generation 5, and cuts had to be made. He didn't specify which stage of the Petalil line was removed, though most researchers believe it was the middle stage, as that would be the most logical place to trim the evolution line down. Litwick's line has an interesting development story. According to Sugimori, the original plan was to go from a flame to a candle to a lamp. This suggests there was a pre-evolution of Litwick planned that would have been just a small flame, perhaps without the candle aspect. The chandelier-based Chandelure apparently wasn't in the picture at this early stage. The evolution line would evolve from something even simpler than Litwick, building up complexity with each stage. Stunfisk, one of Generation 5's more unusual Pokémon, has perhaps one of the most dramatic origin stories. According to an interview, Stunfisk was originally designed to be a blue goosefish and was supposed to be water and electric type. A designer wanted to create the flattest Pokémon possible and chose a goosefish as inspiration. Goosefish are deep-sea creatures that dwell on muddy ocean bottoms at depths over 1,000 meters. They're known for being extremely flat, which made them perfect for this goal. However, during the balancing phase of development, Stunfisk's type was changed to ground and electric, and the design was altered to resemble a flounder instead of a goosefish. The color changed from blue to brown, and the overall aesthetic shifted from a deep-sea predator to a mudflat dweller. There was even artwork padded, showing a person getting zapped after stepping on a Stunfisk, which captured the Pokemon's ambush predator nature perfectly. The Frillish and Jellicent family also went through significant changes during development. According to interviews, they were originally pure water types, designed by a newcomer to Game Freak. However, late in development, when the team was working on balancing Unova's type distribution, they needed more ghost types. Frillish and Jellicent were chosen to become water and ghost type, which required giving them a creepier appearance. Their unsettling eyes and ghostly qualities were added during this revision. The original designer was apparently disappointed that their creation had been made scary, as that wasn't their initial vision. Game Freak has always wanted to make an ant Pokémon that would be the smallest Pokémon, but they've never been satisfied with their attempts. When designing Durant for Generation 5, they opted to go with Durant's larger armored ant design instead of pursuing the smallest Pokémon concept. This suggests that somewhere in Game Freak's files, there are multiple attempts at creating a tiny ant Pokémon, all of which have been deemed not quite right. The most recent major leak, sometimes called the Terra leak due to the terabyte of data involved, revealed some additional information about Generation 5. Unlike earlier generations, relatively few completely unique cut Pokémon from Black and White have been discovered. Only 7 cut designs have been identified so far. 3 of these form a self-contained evolutionary line, Tanisu, Tanino, and Taniking, which appear to be some kind of amphibious crustacean family. There's also Garok, a dinosaur-like Pokémon with rock typing that may have been intended as a fossil Pokémon. Its build shares some resemblance to Caracosta, suggesting it might have been cut when the developers decided they had enough options for fossil Pokémon. Kaburian is clearly a defunct evolution of Carablast, likely the evolution that existed before the concept of Carablast and Shelmet's shell-stealing evolution mechanic was developed. The relative scarcity of cut Pokémon from Generation 5 compared to earlier generations might reflect Game Freak's evolving development process. By Generation 5, they had more experience, better tools, and a clearer vision of what worked and what didn't. They might have been better at filtering designs earlier in the process, cutting concepts before they reached the stage of full sprite work. Or it could simply be that we haven't discovered most of Black and White's cut content yet, and more may emerge in future leaks. The Terra leak also revealed beta designs for Pokémon that did make it into the final game. Many of these beta designs are quite close to the final versions, suggesting that Generation 5's designs were relatively solidified earlier in development compared to previous generations. The starter Pokémon, for instance, show only minor changes in coloration between beta and final versions. However, the Forces of Nature trio, Tornadus, Thundurus, and Landorus, were completely redesigned between beta and final builds. Kyurem is an interesting case. Its base form had a drastically different beta design, looking less like the frozen husk of the original dragon and more like a complete, albeit alien, creature. However, its fusion forms with Reshiram and Zeka, Black Kyurem and White Kyurem, remained relatively unchanged from beta to final. This suggests that the fusion forms were finalized before the base form, which is an unusual development order. Typically, you'd expect the base form to be locked down first, with alternate forms being derived from it. As we move into Generation 6 with X and Y, and beyond into more recent generations, information about cut Pokémon becomes much more scarce. These games haven't been subject to the major leaks that earlier generations experienced, and Game Freak has become increasingly tight-lipped about their development process in recent years. What we do know comes primarily from interviews and occasional slip-ups. However, the recent Terra leak in 2024 finally shed light on Generation 6's development, revealing cut content that's both fascinating and sometimes bizarre. The most famous cut content from Generation 6 is Mega Flygon. In an interview during the X and Y era, Ken Sugimori revealed that Flygon was planned to receive a Mega Evolution, but they couldn't finalize a design. Sugimori was experiencing artist's block when trying to come up with Mega Flygon, and after multiple attempts that didn't satisfy him, the idea was shelved. This revelation broke many fans' hearts, as Flygon is a beloved Pokémon that has often felt overshadowed by more powerful dragon types. The ground and dragon type Pokémon, with its distinctive goggles and insect-like wings, seemed like a perfect candidate for a Mega Evolution. Its stats weren't quite competitive at the highest levels of play, and a Mega Evolution could have given it the boost it needed. The fact that Mega Flygon was cut due to artist's block is both humanizing and frustrating. It reminds us that game developers are human, subject to the same creative struggles as any artist. Ken Sugimori, despite decades of experience and hundreds of successful Pokémon designs under his belt, still hits creative walls. Sometimes inspiration just doesn't come, and no amount of effort can force it. But it's also frustrating because Mega Evolutions are such a significant power boost, and Flygon missing out on one felt like a missed opportunity to give this Pokémon the spotlight it deserved. Flygon remains a fan favorite despite its competitive shortcomings, and many players were hoping that a Mega Evolution would finally give their beloved Dragonfly the recognition it deserved. The Terra leak revealed that Game Freak had discussed implementing roughly 30 mega evolutions in total for X and Y. We received far fewer than that in the final games, which means a significant number of planned mega evolutions never came to fruition. Besides Mega Flygon, one of the most talked about cut mega evolutions is Mega Jinx. Concept art for Mega Jinx emerged from the leaks, showing a design that retained the humanoid form of the original but with longer blonde hair and a shimmering blue and white dress that gave it an almost regal appearance. Jinx has always been one of the most controversial Pokémon in the franchise's history. Its original design in red and blue featured a black face that some interpreted as resembling negative racial stereotypes. This controversy led to the Pokémon being redesigned in later versions with a purple face instead. A holiday episode of the anime featuring Jinx never aired in the United States due to these concerns. Given this complicated history, it's perhaps not surprising that Game Freak ultimately decided against giving Jinx a Mega Evolution. A Mega Jinx would have brought renewed attention to a Pokémon they might prefer to let fade into the background. According to the leaked notes, Mega Jinx would have retained its Ice and Psychic typing, presumably with boosted stats that would have made it more viable in competitive play. The Terra leak also revealed something even more extraordinary about X and Y's original vision. The games apparently had a much more elaborate plot that got significantly scaled back during development. According to leaked design documents, X and Y were originally going to involve an alien storyline. The version legendaries, Xerneas and Yveltal, were planned to be alien superweapons. Team Flare, the villainous team in the final game, was originally conceived as a group of aliens posing as humans attempting to take over the Kalos region. The character Lysandra, who serves as Team Flare's leader in the final game, was originally intended to be something far stranger. In early concepts, Lysandra and Professor Sycamore were meant to be connected in a Jekyll and Hyde dynamic. The idea was that Professor Sycamore was exposed to a space rock, and Lysandra was the personality that emerged when the alien leader took control of him. It's a concept that sounds more at home in a science fiction horror story than in a Pokémon game. AZ, the mysterious tall man who appears in X and Y's storyline, was also planned to be an alien in this original plot. Team Flare's mission was to hunt him down. Mega Evolution itself was tied into this alien storyline in fascinating ways. Mega Stones were originally conceived as fragments of AZ's spaceship that scattered across Earth when he landed. The design documents indicate that the original idea for Mega Evolutions was for them to be much more alien in appearance, with the elements similar to Deoxys, suggesting that Deoxys hailed from the same planet as AZ. This alien concept would explain some of the stranger aspects of Mega Evolution that made it into the final game. Some Pokédex entries for Mega Evolved Pokémon mention that the transformation causes them pain or drives them into an uncontrolled rage. Mega Salamence's Pokédex entry states that it went crazy with joy and can no longer control itself. Mega Tyranitar becomes so violent that it can't even follow orders. This berserker quality could have been meant to represent the corrupting influence of alien energy, a viral infection from space that enhances power but at a psychological cost. Looking at some of the Mega Evolution designs with this in mind, certain choices make more sense. Mega Tyranitar and Mega Abomasnow have designs that evoke space monsters or kaiju. Mega Mawailu's design becomes more alien and unsettling. The DNA helix symbol that appears above Pokemon when they mega evolve, and which appears in the Japanese logos for X and Y, takes on new meaning when connected to Deoxys, literally the DNA Pokemon. This motif was largely abandoned in later games, with Sun and Moon changing the Mega Evolution symbol to look more like a flame, perhaps representing a deliberate move away from X and Y's original alien themes. The character Valerie, the fairy-type gym leader, with her otherworldly appearance and dollhouse gym, was apparently a holdover from this moon alien aesthetic. Her design in the final game is already quite strange, with her porcelain-like features and kimono that makes her look more like a living doll than a human. In the context of the alien plot, her design makes more sense, as she would have been intentionally designed to look otherworldly. So what happened to this elaborate alien plot? According to the information that's emerged, X and Y were rushed to meet a 2013 release date, and this led to many plot elements, areas, and features being downplayed or cut entirely. The development team ended up focusing more on getting the 3D models ready, which was a massive undertaking. Pokemon X and Y were the first main series games to use full 3D graphics, and every single Pokemon needed a 3D model created. That's over 700 Pokemon when you include all the forms and variations, each needing to be modeled, textured, and animated. This was an enormous amount of work, and it ate up development time that might otherwise have gone to fleshing out the story. Beyond the time constraints, the alien plot was apparently deemed too weird and was scaled back in favor of more mystical elements. The decision makers at Game Freak or the Pokemon Company were hesitant about taking the franchise in such a dramatically different direction. Pokemon has always had science fiction elements, certainly. There are artificial Pokemon like Porygon and Mewtwo. Space Pokemon like Clefairy were said to come from the moon, and Deoxys itself is an alien. But making aliens the central plot point of an entire generation was apparently a step too far. The Ghost House in X and Y, which exists in the final game as a somewhat random creepy location, was originally planned as a Luigi's Mansion tie-in. 2013 was the year of Luigi, and Game Freak was planning to include references to that. The Ghost House would have had more explicit Luigi's Mansion elements, but those were removed later in development, leaving behind a location that feels oddly disconnected from the rest of the game. You can visit it, encounter some ghost-type Pokemon, and get spooked by a little girl and a hex maniac, but it doesn't connect to the broader narrative in any meaningful way. It's a remnant of a more interconnected vision that never fully materialized. Another feature that got significantly scaled back was riding Pokemon. In the final game, you can ride certain Pokemon in specific areas, Rhyhorn in certain rocky areas, for instance. But the original plan was much more ambitious. Riding Pokémon was meant to be an extensive feature that would completely replace the bicycle. You would be able to ride various Pokémon depending on the terrain and situation, creating a more immersive experience where your Pokémon team wasn't just for battling, but for navigation as well. This concept would eventually be realized more fully in later games, particularly Pokemon Let's Go and Pokemon Legends Arceus, but in X and Y it was cut back to a handful of specific instances. Pokemon size differences were also planned to be much more significant. In the final game, only Pumpkaboo and Gorgist have size variations that affect their stats. But the original plan was for size differences to apply to every Pokemon. You might catch a particularly large Pikachu or a small Charizard, and these size differences would be visible in the game and potentially affect stats or other attributes. This is a feature that would have added enormous variety to Pokemon collecting, making each individual Pokemon feel more unique. However, it would have also increased the complexity of the game's data management and balancing, and it was ultimately cut in favor of a more streamlined approach. The group of friends in X and Y, including Shauna, Tierno, Trevor, and Serena, or Calum depending on your choice, were originally supposed to be a tutorial for a team feature that would let you go on adventures with real-world players. This would have been a precursor to the kind of multiplayer features we see in more recent Pokemon games. But the feature was scrapped, leaving these characters feeling somewhat purposeless. They follow you around, occasionally challenging you to battles, but they don't have the depth or meaningful narrative arcs that characters in other Pokemon games have. They're remnants of a multiplayer system that never came to be. The Terra Leak also revealed design documents for Flabébé, Floette, and Florges, showing that they initially looked more fairy-like, with fewer flower elements. The final designs integrate the flowers much more heavily, making them seem more like Pokemon that are part plant, part fairy, rather than fairies carrying flowers. This change makes them feel more cohesive as Pokemon designs rather than simply magical creatures. One particularly intriguing piece of cut content involves Az's Floette, also known as Eternal Floette. This special form of Floette appears in X and Y's story, but is never actually obtainable by the player. It exists in the game's data, complete with different stats than regular Floette, and a unique move called Light of Ruin that no other Pokemon can learn. Light of Ruin is a powerful fairy-type move with 140 base power, but it causes severe recoil damage to the user. The move's data is fully programmed into the game, but since Eternal Flower Floette was never distributed to players, the move remains effectively unused. There was clearly an intention to distribute Eternal Flower Floette at some point through a special event, but for reasons unknown, this never happened. Perhaps it was meant to be tied to a third version of the game, or an enhanced edition that never materialized. Perhaps it was going to be part of a special promotion that got canceled. Or perhaps Game Freak simply forgot about it in the rush to move on to the next games. Whatever the reason, Eternal Flower Floette remains one of the most mysterious pieces of unreleased Pokemon content teased to players through the story, but forever out of reach. The internal data for X and Y contains references to concepts called mu3 and mu4. These references likely correspond to what would become Mega Mu2X and Mega Mu2Y in the final game. It's interesting that they were initially conceived as separate Pokémon rather than as mega evolutions. This suggests that the mega evolution concept itself might have evolved during development, starting perhaps as an idea for new forms or related species before crystallizing into the mega evolution mechanic we know. Another cut Pokémon from Generation 6 was revealed in an interview with longtime Game Freak developer Hironobu Yoshida. He mentioned that he had been working on a rabbit-based Pokémon with a flower on its nose for X and Y, but it was cut from the game. Someone on the development team questioned why he was designing it, saying it didn't make sense, which led to the design being abandoned. Yoshida reflected that this experience taught him to always think about Pokémon that would make sense in the context of their environment. The rabbit needed a clearer ecological niche or thematic purpose to justify its existence in Kalos. What makes this particularly interesting is Yoshida's track record. He's designed some of the most iconic legendary Pokémon in the series: Celebi, Rayquaza, Deoxys, and Darkrai. With credentials like that, you'd think his rabbit Pokémon would have been given more consideration. But even experienced designers have their ideas rejected, and even sensible-seeming concepts can be deemed not quite right for a particular game. Sometimes a design just doesn't fit the vision for a particular generation, even if it's objectively well crafted. There's also mention in the leaked materials of a fire-eating bird Pokémon that was cut from X and Y. According to the description, this bird would use the fire stored in its body to heat up its skull and headbutt opponents. It's a creative concept that combines fire-type abilities with a physical fighting style, similar to how Blaziken combines fire and fighting types. The bird was apparently cut, but ideas are rarely wasted in Game Freak's development process. It's possible that elements of this design were reworked into other Pokémon in later generations. Super Training, a feature in X and Y that let players train their Pokémon's EVs through a minigame, has several missions hidden in the game's files that were meant to be unlocked via Wonder Cards, but never were. These secret missions involve battling against balloons shaped like mega evolutions that aren't featured in the normal secret super training missions. Completing these missions would have rewarded the player with evolution items like the Upgrade and Dubious Disc. The fact that these missions were programmed but never released suggests that Game Freak had plans for additional distributions or events that never came to fruition. There are also unused static encounter slots in the game's data for Scatterbug and Abomasnow, neither of which are used at any point in the game. Both encounters are shiny locked, meaning they were important enough that Game Freak didn't want players to be able to soft reset for shiny versions. It's likely that Abomasnow would have been encountered on Route 17, also known as Mamoswine Road, as a thematic fit. But for some reason, both of these encounters were removed before the game's release. The naming scheme for Generation 6 Pokémon models is interesting because it doesn't follow the National Dex order. Instead, it follows an earlier index order where evolution lines are sometimes separated from each other. This earlier order starts Generation 6 Pokémon at number 701 with Furfrou rather than 650, where the final game starts them. Two Pokemon appear to be missing from this order that were present in the earlier version, suggesting that at least two Pokemon were cut relatively late in development, after the model ordering system was established. At the end of X and Y's trainer data, there are several trainer parties from Pokemon Black 2 and White 2 preserved in the code. These include nearly every battle against Hugh, fights against Team Plasma's Shadow Triad, and the Charon and Bianca memory link battles. These are marked as unknown in the data, and while their purpose is unclear, they suggest that Game Freak might have been testing connectivity features between Generation 5 and Generation 6, or perhaps considering some kind of throwback feature that never made it to the final game. Another fascinating detail is that Game Freak discussed recycling Pokemon animations from Pokemon Battle Revolution, the Wii game that featured 3D models of all Pokemon up through Generation 4. This would have saved significant development time, as creating animations for hundreds of Pokemon from scratch is an enormous undertaking. However, they ultimately decided to create new animations for X and Y, likely because they wanted the models and animations to be optimized for the 3DS hardware and art style, rather than simply porting over animations from a different game on different hardware. A Mario Kart style minigame was apparently considered for X and Y at some point during development. While details are scarce, it would have presumably involved racing on Pokemon or vehicles through Kalos-themed tracks. This kind of minigame would have been a significant addition to the game, providing a completely different gameplay mode beyond the standard Pokemon battles and contests. However, it was cut, likely due to time constraints and the massive amount of work required to create such a feature. The lack of major leaks for Generation 7 and 8 means we're left speculating about what else might have been cut from those games. Sun and Moon introduced regional variants, a concept that feels like it could have been floating around Game Freak for years before it was finally implemented. Z-Moves, the signature mechanic of Generation 7, replaced Mega Evolution as the generational gimmick, but were there plans for new Mega Evolutions in Sun and Moon that got scrapped when Z-Moves took priority? Sword and Shield introduced Dynamax and Gigantamax, yet another replacement for Mega Evolution. The decision to keep creating new battle mechanics rather than building on Mega Evolution is interesting. Were there plans for new Mega Evolutions in Sword and Shield that got converted into Gigantamax forms instead? Gigantamax Pokémon are, in many ways, similar to Mega Evolutions. They're alternate forms that change appearance and boost power. The main difference is that Dynamax is temporary, lasting only 3 turns, while Mega Evolution lasted the entire battle. The fact that Mega Evolution is confirmed to be returning in the upcoming Pokemon Legends ZA suggests that Game Freak hasn't abandoned the concept. Perhaps we'll finally see Mega Flygon in that game. Perhaps Mega Jinx will get a second chance. Perhaps some of the other planned Mega Evolutions from X and Y's development will finally see the light of day, refined and perfected after years of waiting. Or perhaps ZA will introduce entirely new mega evolutions for Pokemon from later generations, expanding the concept beyond its Generation 6 origins. Generations 7 and 8, Sun and Moon, and Sword and Shield are even more opaque. As far as publicly available information goes, there haven't been any confirmed cut Pokemon from these games revealed. This doesn't mean cuts didn't happen, of course. Based on the patterns we've seen from earlier generations, it's almost certain that Sun and Moon, Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, Sword and Shield, and their DLCs all had Pokemon that were designed but not included. But if they did, that information hasn't leaked yet. One thing we can infer from more recent games is that certain features that were introduced might have been planned for earlier generations, but were held back. Regional variants, introduced in Generation 7, feel like they could have been a natural evolution of the gender differences concept from Generation 4. Gigantamax forms, introduced in Generation 8, share DNA with mega evolutions from Generation 6. It's possible that these features existed in some form during earlier games' development, but were cut or postponed until the timing was right. Generation 9, Scarlet and Violet, has given us a small glimpse into its cut content through data mining. Within the game's data, there are references to Pokemon called Okakingu and Oka Gyaradosu. These names specifically refer to Magikarp and Gyarados, but the Pokemon that exist in the game with these internal names are Tatsugiri and Dondozo. This strongly suggests that at one point there were convergent forms of Magikarp and Gyarados planned for Scarlet and Violet, but they were replaced with the sushi-themed Pokemon we actually got. Convergent Pokémon were a new concept introduced in Generation 9, Pokémon that aren't related to existing species, but have evolved to fill similar ecological niches, resulting in similar appearances. Wiglet and Toadscool are examples of convergent Pokémon, resembling Diglett and Tentacool respectively, but being completely different species. The idea of convergent Magikarp and Gyarados is fascinating. How would they have differed from the originals while still being recognizable as convergent forms? What types would they have been? We can only imagine. The replacement of these convergent forms with Tatsugiri and Dondozo makes sense from a design perspective. Tatsugiri and Dondozo have a unique mechanic where Tatsugiri hides in Dondozo's mouth during battle, powering up Dondozo's stats. This mechanic is creative and gives these Pokemon a distinct identity. Convergent Magikarp and Gyarados, while interesting, might have felt like retreading familiar ground, especially since Magikarp and Gyarados are already so iconic. The Magikarp to Gyarados evolution is one of the most famous transformations in the entire franchise, the ultimate example of a weak Pokemon becoming incredibly powerful. Creating convergent versions might have diluted that iconic status. Still, the concept tantalizes. Imagine a water and dragon type, convergent Gyarados, or perhaps a steel type version that resembles a mechanical sea serpent. Or what if the convergent Magikarp actually evolved into something useful much earlier, subverting expectations by not requiring players to slog through dozens of levels with a near useless fish? These are the kinds of what-if scenarios that cut content creates, possibilities that exist in a nebulous space between imagination and reality. As we near the end of this long journey through Pokemon's cut content, it's worth reflecting on what all of this means. Every generation has left behind a trail of unused designs, abandoned concepts, and what-if scenarios. Some of these cut Pokémon were refined and returned in later generations. Others remain locked away in Game Freak's archives, perhaps to be rediscovered someday, or perhaps to stay hidden forever. The existence of so much cut content tells us something important about Game Freak's creative process. They don't just design the exact number of Pokémon they need, they create an abundance, far more than will ever make it into the final game. Thank you for spending this time with me, exploring the Pokémon that never were. Sweet dreams, and may your own dreams be filled with creatures both familiar and wonderfully strange. Good night, and rest well.